Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 14 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto world as the legendary Konoha outsider. Let the tale begin. Chapter 257, Decisions. When Khan arrived at Ebi's office, he walked in on the man having a late dinner. Any clues about the intruders? Ebi asked immediately, dismissing all formalities and talking through a mouthful of food. With the news that an entire shinobi army was marching towards the city, he wasn't in the mood for anything but the direct. Unfortunately no, Khan replied as he sat opposite to Ebi on a long table. One of the servants proceeded to set a plate for him, but Ebi stopped them. Khan pursed his lips but didn't comment. No one has come forward with any information, and they've done a great job of keeping themselves independent. We caught both of their connections in you, and neither of them knew anything about the intruders. That Gaku really must have had some pull for everyone to be involved with an outsider they knew absolutely nothing about. For people to trust each other, both sides needed to have skin in the game, so that if one side decided to screw the other side, they couldn't just get away with it scot-free. That kind of thing kept both sides honest. So you are completely and utterly useless, said Ebi. That stung where Khan didn't want to admit. He had been looking for Takuma ever since their meeting, but he hadn't been able to get any clue about it. Just like Ebi, he regretted not going after the courtesan, but he had looked into them separately and nothing strange popped out. Unfortunately, they have played it smart. You weren't able to find people inside a city we control. The servants tried to lighten their presence as Ebi didn't mince his words while casually eating his meal. Khan stared silently at Ebi, hiding the coldness in his eyes that still came across as displeased. Ebi looked up at him as he slowly chewed his meat and looked like he was inviting Khan to say something. There are only 10 hours until the guests arrive. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow, said Khan with a plastic smile. Khan and his team weren't part of the forces and were technically only consultants and weren't responsible for protecting the city against the attack. Ebi hummed. But when Khan stood up to leave, he spoke again. You better not leave the city, Khan. You're still on the job. After we defend the city, you're going to go right back to doing what you've been doing until now. Khan turned to look back at Ebi. He smiled. Of course, that goes without saying. That was the only acceptable response Khan could have given. If he tried to leave the city, or even hinted at it, that would send the message that he thought that they would lose the city in the upcoming battle. Khan could see Ebi's mood worsening by the minute and felt that his life would certainly be in danger if he said anything else. Seeing how direct Ebi was with his words, Khan was sure that he and his team were being watched and that Ebi would immediately crack down on him if he tried to leave the city. Unfortunately for Ebi, he was indeed going to leave the city, and there was nothing Ebi could do about it because he and his team would be leaving the moment the city was attacked, when everyone would be too busy to stop him. The truth was, he didn't believe that Ebi would be able to defend the city, and seeing that Takuma was in the city, and that his face was plastered on every street, Khan was sure that the Hidden Leaf would know about his presence. And if they knew, the ANBU might be accompanying the forces coming for the city. Not getting caught by ANBU had a higher priority than the mission, even if it meant abandoning said mission. The factory base was abuzz with a quiet energy as the team prepared for upcoming combat. Everyone performed maintenance on gear that they hadn't used much in the past 2 months, double-checking every minute aspect to ensure nothing would malfunction. The inventory they had come up with and had largely remained packed was opened up and divided according to their needs. Iori, the busiest of them all, had been churning out tags since she stepped into the base. Daiki busied himself by putting together smoke bombs. Riku spent her time walking around the building, keeping to herself, while Kamiko hadn't moved from the couch as she hugged her sword close to her. They had spent 2 months in close quarters, having no independent time to themselves, and now that had ended, they elected to spend their time alone, and if not for Anko going around talking to each of them, they wouldn't have said a word to each other. Takuma, however, spent most of his time sleeping. His gear was long ready as it had been used regularly, and he had kept it in top condition. There was tension among the group, and the source of it was Takuma's bombing. Daiki and Iori didn't think he was in the wrong as he had killed a Jonin and a few Chunin, and most people who died were turncoats. Whereas, Riku, Kamiko, and Anko thought he had overstepped his bounds despite the positive results. The team, however, didn't argue or even discuss it. They understood that they were about to engage in dangerous combat and it would be bad for the team to be split for any reason. They put the topic on pause and moved on, focusing on what truly mattered in the moment. "Gather up," Anko announced. The team, who were in their own corners, gathered around the sheet metal table in the center. "I think it's safe to say that we have completed our original mission," Anko addressed the team. "We managed to send intelligence back to the camp and spread some chaos by weakening the enemy." Everyone glanced at Takuma, who stared down at the table. "However, our mission isn't complete yet. We have to take care of the people who targeted Takuma." The team had been made aware of Root's existence and were given an additional responsibility to capture them if possible. The orders from the village were to make Root the team's highest priority, whereas Toradesu and Shirakumo had told them to only engage with the additional responsibility if it didn't interfere with their mission. Anko had elected to go with Camp Banana's version of order as that aligned with their original mission, and that's what they prepared for. "Seeing that ANBU hasn't shown up already, or if they haven't made contact with us, I'm going to assume that they aren't in the city. I've decided that we're going to attempt to capture the Root team." The haze of sleep lifted from Takuma's eyes and his body straightened as he paid full attention to the topic at hand. Root was a personal matter for him, more personal than the team knew, as while they knew about what had happened while he was in the police force, they didn't know the other thing. "We know their location, we know their numbers, but we don't have much information other than that," she continued. "That makes the situation uncertain, so we'll have to approach this situation differently. As we don't know what we might be going into, I propose that instead of trying to capture all of them, we aim to abduct 1 or 2 targets in a quick in-and-out attack." Despite being aware of their existence, not much was known about the Root team. Takuma had stayed away from the part of the city where the shinobi resided, and the Root's base was laid in that area. He had fought against them, and even managed to kill one, but it was risky to assess their combat capabilities off of that. "We target them when the main forces knock on the door. It'll be chaos and the enemy forces will be occupied, creating a prime space of window for us to attack without worrying about getting outnumbered and surrounded. We operate aggressively and capture ideally 2 people alive." "That would satisfy ANBU," said Anko. "We should aim for Khan, the leader. He was confident to strut about without a mask, so he must be someone important. He'd have the most information," said Takuma. The team looked at Takuma, internally wondering if those words were emotionally motivated, as Khan had tried to kill Takuma. However, it was the truth that the leader of the group would be the prime target. But the team didn't have a handle on their target's strength, which made targeting the leader the highest risk proposition. Anko gave Takuma a look. She said, "We take whatever we get our hands on. The moment we successfully catch 2, we immediately leave. We will directly go to the main forces base outside the city. Now, because we are going to do it at the time of the city attack, one of us is going to not participate so that they can inform the main forces about the dead Jonin so they don't waste their time and be more aggressive with their attack." "Iori, you'll be that person," said Anko. It didn't need to be said, but Iori was the weakest among the group. And seeing that they weren't sure about their situation, she'd be the safest if she wasn't participating. "Understood," Iori nodded. "We leave in a few hours," Anko continued. "We'll be on their tail until it's time to strike. They're Root, so they might not participate in the defense. If they try to leave the city, we nab them before they get a chance to do so. Let's get this done and end this mission." Chapter 258, Perspective Battle. The team stalked their way into a manor that was confirmed as the residence of the Root team in the dead of night. Despite their timing, getting into the mansion was a struggle because of the citywide lockdown. There were hypervigilant shinobi stationed at every street corner and building in preparation for the upcoming invasion. Some parts of the city were practically abandoned because the civilians had been evacuated out of their homes and forced to move to the far side of the village, as far away from the side which would be attacked, to keep them safe from getting caught in the crossfire. With the number of shinobi involved, there would be considerable property damage regardless of both sides' desire to minimize damage. The lights in hallways had been on since before the sun completely set and had remained lit even after midnight. "There is someone keeping an eye on the mansion," Daiki whispered into the wireless comms. He noticed 2 shinobi hiding in the shadows, stalking the mansion just like they were doing. They were far apart from each other, covering different vantage points. He spotted them when he had taken a round of the property to get a better feel for their surroundings. "Only 2? Anko asked through the comms. "I only noticed 2. "Should we get rid of them?" asked Kamiko. "Let's wait and observe for now." Anko paused for a moment. "It seems like the Hidden Frost doesn't trust them and are having them monitored. They might be a problem when we go in. We will have to take care of them. Team A will take the one on the right, Team B takes the other one." The team had split themselves into 2 parties. Anko and Daiki were on Team A, Takuma, Riku, and Kamiko were on Team B. Iori was near the front gates of the city so she could quickly rush to deliver the information. Inside the manor, Khan and his team were getting to leave. Their house staff had been sent away to evacuate with the rest of the civilian population. His team had been going through the building with a fine-toothed comb to erase all and every trace of their existence. It was standard procedure when an ANBU team needed to disappear from a location they had been residing in. "Sir, we've detected a few individuals on the property." Khan was packing up his belongings when his subordinate came in with the information that he was expecting. "How many?" he asked. 5 individuals. 2 of them are alone on either side of the building and there's a group of 3. 5? That's more than a lot. With an invading force nearly on their doors, Abi would need every man to mount a proper defense. Putting 5 men to monitor him was wasting his resources, and Khan didn't consider Abi to be a man of emotion who would make such a decision just because he didn't like him. And yet he couldn't deny that there were 5 men on the property. "Well, putting any men on us was foolish to begin with. It's not like they can stop us," said Khan as he looked at the large property out of the window. He had brought 6 people with him to you. 1 of them had died during their ambush of Takuma, which left 5 people. 2 of them could easily contest against a combat-focused Chunin, while the other 3 were more than any average Genin handle. Even if Abi had put 5 men on him, there was no way they could match his team's firepower. The moment the Hidden Leaf hit the city, he and his team would be free to leave. "Should we take care of them, sir?" "Leave them be, there's no benefit in getting rid of them." "But if they overstep their bounds?" Khan gave his subordinate a look who nodded before leaving. Yumi was a Hidden Frost Genin stationed at the corridors on city walls. She clutched her bow staff nervously as she looked out towards the landscape outside the city in front of her. Everyone had been told that the city would be attacked today, and given that she was at the wall, she was part of the first line of defense. She had ground experience with shinobi combat, but this was going to be unlike anything she had ever faced. An entire army of shinobi would be attacking the city, and she was at the forefront. Even if she was ordered to fall back for any reason or wanted to desert, she was at the furthest point and would need to travel a long distance rife with danger if she wanted to escape. She touched the thick walls that protected the city. It was made by shinobi and provided her with some sense of security, and she was above ground, which put some distance between her and the invaders. Moreover, 2 of 4 Jonin were also stationed on the wall, which was the biggest protection she could ask for. "Hey, I see something," someone 15 meters away shouted as he looked out with a fearful expression on her face. The landscape outside you was flat Greenland. There were trees, but they weren't dense enough to cover the entire land, leaving no way to hide while approaching the city. Yumi widened her eyes as she leaned against the ledge and squinted. That's when she saw a huge crowd of shinobi dressed in hidden steam red running towards the city. "They're here," she stuttered and then shouted, "Sound the alarms." A few seconds later, loud and harsh bells were ringing to announce the arrival of the enemy. Outside you, the shinobi of Camp Banana and the Hidden Steam's forces laid their eyes on tall walls that protected the city. They were all dressed in Hidden Steam colors and were moving in formation towards the city. After 6 hours, they had finally arrived at their destination and the tension was palpable. The Chunin had begun their final go-throughs with their teams. Shirakumo was in the front of the forces and was preparing internally to give a speech to motivate the forces when one of the genin manning a radio ran up to him. "Sir, we have a message." The genin held up the speaker of his radio pack on his back and a familiar voice crackled. "This is Genin Iori serving under Chunin Anko as part of the precursor mission. Reply if you're picking up this frequency." "Over!" Shirakumo recalled the Fuinin part of Anko's team and gave a nod to the genin to reply. "We can hear you, Genin Iori. Please proceed." "Over." Iori's urgent voice sounded out from the speaker. "Thank God. I thought I was doing something wrong. I have critical information regarding the enemy." Shirakumo thought something had gone wrong and they would need to make some urgent last-minute adjustment when Iori dropped a bomb he wasn't expecting. "In the time since we sent our final report, we managed to assassinate a Jonin and 4 Chunin. The enemy has been unable to replace them and are thus weaker. Please make suitable adjustments as the enemy is now weaker than what we previously reported." Over. There were quite a few people around Shirakumo who could hear Iori's words, and they all looked at each other in shock. The precursor team had managed to kill a Jonin? It was utterly unbelievable, as even if the entire team banded together, they wouldn't stand a chance against a Jonin. Shirakumo took the radio receiver from the genin and paused for a moment to gather his thoughts before speaking. "This is Jonin Shirakumo. Can you confirm that you just said that you killed one of the Jonin?" Over. Iori's response came almost immediately. "Yes, sir. The Jonin was killed in an explosion at a gathering. The death was confirmed." Over. Understood. Good job, Genin Iori. Over, said Shirakumo. He looked at the genin as he handed the receiver back. Contact Jonin Toradesu, forget it, I'll go to him directly. Shirakumo leapt across dozens of people and landed right in front of Toradesu, who had a sheen of sweat on him. Did you hear? Shirakumo asked. Yes, Toradesu nodded as he practiced cyclic breathing. Do you need my help? They had 5 Jonin against their 4 Jonin. They were evenly matched before, but now Toradesu's assignment was dead, leaving him free to help other Jonin in their fights. It was such a massive game-changer that it more than covered up for the enemy's advantage of being behind walls and having a better strategic position. No, don't help any of us. Instead, support our troops. Toradesu looked at Shirakumo for the first time and raised his eyebrow. Shirakumo continued, clear out the enemy Chunin and Genin. Kill as many as possible, as quickly as possible. Even if their Jonin are somehow able to push us back, they won't be able to hold the city because they won't have the foot soldiers necessary. Killing the enemy Jonin would also mean freeing the city, but Shirakumo was thinking about the safety of his own people. If they had Toradesu supporting them, not only would the casualties on their side be much lower, it would pressure the enemy Jonin to flee, as without their troops, they wouldn't be able to control the city even if they somehow were able to push them out. Jonin were much more durable and were hard to kill, their fights lasted longer, and as long as the Jonin were fighting, the Genin and Chunin would continue to fight, as there was always a chance as long as the Jonin were alive. But as the troops held hope for that, casualties from both sides would continue to rise. Shirakumo did not want that to happen. He would rather protect his troops than take out enemy Jonin. Moreover, the mission wasn't to kill the Jonin and weaken the enemy, it was to take back the city. You are soft, said Toradesu, making Shirakumo frown, but this is not the land of fire, and I'll take care of my men when they're far away from their home. Shirakumo breathed a sigh of relief. Toradesu could have rejected his idea and imposed his own will, but he was relieved that Toradesu was cooperating. I'm ready, Toradesu said as he removed his Haori and threw it to a nearby Genin. Time to invade a city. Takuma had been sitting cross-legged behind a hedge with his eyes closed for the better part of an hour when the sound of sonorous bells reached his ear. He opened his eyes and looked in the direction of city gates. It started, they're here, Takuma said in the comms. What? Said Kamiko, who was 10 meters away from him. Kamiko and Riku were positioned on either side of him, 10 meters away from him. He removed his earphones and pointed to the sky, asking them to hear the faint bells, but before either one of them could follow up his instructions, Anko spoke up through the comms. "We're going to be active in 60 seconds. Kill the Hidden Frost shinobi on your side as quietly as possible before proceeding towards the manor." Over. All of them did a quick equipment check and got ready to fight. Before they packed away their comms as they would get in the way, Takuma announced to Riku and Kimiko, "I'll take care of the Hidden Frost shinobi. Just follow me." Both of them looked at him for a moment and made a quick decision as the seconds ran down. "Okay," said Kimiko. As Anko started the 10-second countdown, Takuma put the Hidden Frost shinobi in his sights. He imagined a mask over his face and the phantom feel of his warm breath against his skin. It was comforting and blocked out unnecessary thoughts and allowed him to focus on what was in front of him. He could see the shinobi's back, who had no idea that he was behind him. It was a common phenomenon, people who watched a place lost sight of their own surroundings as they were focused on their target. 3, 2, 1, go! 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 Takuma ducked out from the bush hedge and ran towards the shinobi to close the distance between them as Riku and Kimiko followed behind him. He raised his hands and weaved hand seals. Earth release, hiding in the rock jutsu. Riku and Kimiko were surprised when he disappeared into the ground without a warning. He was gone for a full 4 seconds, but then he emerged a couple steps behind the Hidden Frost shinobi, who heard him appear behind and turned back, but it was too late as Takuma pulled the shinobi's head towards his chest while covering the mouth with the hand and then slit the throat with a kunai before quickly following up with a stab at the heart. It was all so quick that by the time Riku and Kimiko arrived, the shinobi was long dead. "Let's keep moving." Inside the manor, everything was packed up and the route team was ready to leave when the bells announcing the arrival of the enemy forces went off. Khan and 3 of his men were sitting in a room while the other 2 were keeping an eye on the 2 Hidden Frost shinobi who were monitoring the manor. "Should we move out, sir?" asked one of Khan's subordinates. "Yes, we should," Khan replied, sighing. Objectively speaking, the mission to convert you to the Land of Frost side couldn't be seen as success. He and his team had done a great job at the start to develop feelings of displeasure and abandonment towards the Land of Hot Water, all the while slowly making them comfortable towards the idea of joining the Land of Frost. It was tough when the shinobi supporting the Goharu family were acting like tyrants, but he had managed to work with what he was given. Things only went south when the damned Takuma entered the situation. Khan clicked his tongue. Even though the cockroach hadn't shown up much during his time in the city, his impact had been huge. He had spread too much chaos, disrupting the lives of civilians, and causing them to feel less secure under the new rule. The amount of damage he had done in a short amount of time had rolled back a significant amount of his progress. It had taken a long time to build that positive image. Takuma's arrival and meddling destroyed the vast majority of that work. However, Khan wasn't worried that this mission would reflect harshly on him. With the Hidden Leaf forces invading the city to take it back for the Hidden Frost, it didn't matter how he did. He could spin the narrative in his support that he did his work properly at high competence, but the Hidden Frost forces weren't able to defend the city, making his contribution moot. Did he think that Ebi would be able to defend the city? No. The moment the Jonin was killed in the blast, they had lost. The most Ebi could accomplish was to punish the other side by killing their shinobi, but keeping you was a pipe dream. "Sir, the shinobi monitoring us just killed one of their own." Over. The radio comms on the table crackled as one of Khan's subordinates keeping an eye on the shinobi reported in. "What?" Khan uttered, confused. Then the second subordinate outside tuned in. "Sir, 2 new unknowns just spotted. They killed the shinobi monitoring us." Over. The root agents in the room all stood up. Clearly something was wrong when 2 people who were monitoring them were just killed within 10 seconds of each other. "It's him." They all looked at Khan, who spoke barely above a whisper. Khan knew that the Hidden Leaf would know about Root's presence in you, and that ANBU might accompany the invading forces. Because they were in hiding, on the run, he had excluded the possibility that the Hidden Leaf team already inside the company would after him. But just like Abi suspected him of leaving the city, they had also suspected him of leaving and were now targeting him before he had the chance to leave. It's Takuma. He is coming for me. Khan wasn't scared. Not at all. In fact, he was excited. He wanted to kill the thorn in his side, and he wasn't going to miss this chance when it was being served up right in front of him. He started to laugh and continued laughing while his subordinates stared at him in silence. Chapter 259, Hellfire. Anko swiftly withdrew her kunai from within the hidden frost shinobi. Her eyes then shifted to the three-story U-shaped manor owned by one of the U's wealthy, blown up by Takuma's clone blast. A lush perimeter of trees surrounded the building, encircling a meticulously maintained shrub hedge maze. However, as they advanced towards the building, all cover disappeared, heightening the risk of detection. Anko's gaze swept across the windows, a task she had been diligently performing for the past few hours. Her eyes halted abruptly on a window near the far left, where, in a heartbeat, she caught the fleeting glimpse of a man just as he disappeared behind the wall. They had been seen. The enemy knew they were coming. "We've been caught," she told Daiki. "Crap," he muttered nervously. The two groups converged at the manor's heavy double doors. Anko informed Team B of the news, to which they responded with heavy nods. "We're going to take it slow. Stick close, don't disappear from sight, and keep cover." She maintained a steadfast front as the leader but was nervous about this undertaking. Having left Iori behind, their head count was reduced to 5. According to Aranai, the route team had 7 people, and given that one of them had died, their head count was 6, which put her team at a numerical disadvantage. Moreover, she clearly remembered a bastard of a sensei telling her that route agents were dangerous, not because they were talented, but because of the training the agents were put through. She wasn't concerned about herself. From what Takuma had told her, regardless of how limited his information was, she was confident that she could take out the leader. However, if their goal were to exterminate the route team, her confidence ended there. Even if she killed the leader, Team 9 would still be outnumbered, and for all she knew, the other route agents could far surpass her subordinates in strength. They were going in with the little information Takuma had brought back from his fight with the leader and his agents. Thankfully, they were only there to take an agent or 2 away, which was still very dangerous, but she thought her team had a better chance to succeed without casualties. Though there was no such thing as a guarantee on an active field mission. Things could go south in an instant. She signaled to Takuma and pointed at the doors. The team quickly fell back, creating a safe distance. Takuma launched a second form augmented punch. The burst of chakra hit the panes, broke the latch on the other side, and forced the doors open. He immediately jumped back, prepared for potential booby-trapped explosives, but the doors remained still and the entryway looked clear. They swiftly entered the building with full heads of caution and slowly spread out in the expansive 3-story foyer, where the open corridors on the upper floors could be seen from the lower levels. A doorway in the front led deeper into the house, and a staircase led up in the corner. Anko motioned the team to stay on the ground floor before moving up. Just as they were about to proceed deeper, a kunai with an explosive tag fluttering on its tail descended from the first floor. Kamiko was the first one to notice and yelled, "Explosion, clear!" Everyone jumped towards the walls to clear out of the way. The explosive tag burst near the floor, scorching the gleaming marble and ruining the lush carpet, but the warning saved anyone from getting injured. Anko jumped to the first-floor corridor railings and saw a man making a break towards a corner. She threw a volley of shuriken, but they were deflected, and the route agent disappeared behind the corner. She didn't rush after them and called the team up. Around the corner was a small corridor with an open room at the end. Halfway through, a route agent emerged before the open door and released a powerful gust of wind from his mouth. Wind release, breakthrough jutsu. The gust of wind slammed full force into Anko. She flew through the air and crashed out of a window. As she fell to the manor grounds, Anko saw a duo of route agents standing on the walls of the manor above the windows she shattered. They hurled volleys of shuriken and kunai at her while she was in midair, unable to change directions, and did her best to deflect the rain of metal coming for her. Two kunai got her in the leg, one only grazed her, but the other one made a significant gash below her knee, a third sliced through her side. She landed on the injured leg, sending a jolt of pain as she stumbled. The two root agents jumped towards the ground and then rushed towards her as she landed on the ground off balance, but the moment they moved forward, Daiki jumped out from the shattered window and launched an explosive tag tied to a kunai towards them. The root duo were late to hear the flutter of the tag and tried to jump away, but the tag exploded when the kunai struck the ground and caught the duo at the edge of the blast radius, throwing them to the side. Anko used the time to find her balance and weaved hand seals for the fire release, Dragon Fire Jutsu. She spewed an invisible stream of chakra that struck one agent and jumped to the other, and with a final tiger seal, flames sparked at her lips, igniting the streams. The flames coalesced into a roaring dragon in front of her and the flames washed over her, surging ahead. One of the agents swept a chakra-coated hand through the stream, saving himself from a fiery death, but the other wasn't so lucky. Daiki spat an oil globule at the escaping root agent. It hit his gloved hand and ignited into fumes with the freshly chakra-infused oil. The fire burned up his hand severely through the glove, and his ally had managed to douse the flames in a nearby fountain but now was heavily damaged in the places that weren't heavily covered by gear. Anko put some weight on her injured foot and hit a wince. The injury by no means put her out of the fight, but it was sure to slow her down, which could make all the difference in a fight. Fortunately, the two adversaries were injured as well, which leveled the playfield to some degree. She glanced up at the shattered window. The team was now split, and she wasn't close enough to provide immediate help. It worried her, but she quickly returned her attention to the enemies before her. There were two of them, which was perfect in the sense that she could put them down quickly and have Daiki carry them off the property. Then, she could support the rest of the team and get them away from the root agents. The combat came to a pause as the four shinobi looked at each other, ready to react in case anyone made a move. Anko looked between the two agents and suddenly rushed towards the more injured one, but the moment she moved, both agents moved towards Daiki. Shit! Her plans immediately changed. She shot towards the less burned one and weaved a modified version of the summoning jutsu. It simplified the hand seals in exchange for limiting the scope of the summoning. Hidden Shadow Snake Jutsu. Half a dozen dark, long snakes, as thick as her arm, emerged from the oversized sleeves of her overcoat and flew towards her target. They bit into him and constricted his legs and body, tripping and temporarily stopping his pursuit of Daiki. Despite her injury, she was still faster and stronger than the root agent, and crashed into him. They wrestled on the ground, and Anko managed to mount him. She swung the kunai at his heart, but an earthen spear struck her hand, knocking the kunai out of her hand. Seizing the advantage, he struck her wounded side and kicked her away. A third root agent stood on the manor house's roof with two earthen spears hovering over his shoulders. He sent down another spear with a swipe of his hand. Anko avoided it by rolling to the side. Rooftop! Anko didn't forget to warn Daiki. The second spear flew toward Daiki, who was moving already in the middle of an attack. He had to haphazardly twist his body at an awkward angle after Anko's call-up. The front half of the earthen spear missed him, but the back half grazed his upper shoulder. Anko jumped and placed herself in between Daiki and the three root agents. Daiki tried to say something, but Anko silenced him. I know, just let me think, said Anko, taking in the enemies before her. There were three root agents to deal with, and only one was injured enough for it to make a real difference. It was clear that they were used to fighting together. The third hidden agent aiming for an opening was clearly a planned action. They were around the level of combat-forward Chunin. If any of them got their hands on Daiki, he would be dead, which meant she had to protect him while she fought them. Moreover, neither was the leader, Khan, which meant that the strongest of them was in the building. The third agent dropped from the roof and joined the most injured one. Together, they backed away until they were closer to the building, putting the most injured one on the back. Daiki, stay behind me and support me. Don't try to deal with them directly, she said. The one with the burned hand was their vanguard, supported by the new arrival, who followed after him with his sword drawn. The agent in the back, seemingly not in pain at all, fitted several shuriken between scorched fingers and stood at the ready. A large commotion induced by an explosion from inside the building reached them, stopping the exchange before it could begin. The root agents shifted into a more defensive position and fell back to see what was happening inside the building. Anko rushed toward the most injured one, ignoring the throbbing in her left. They didn't turn their eyes towards the building, but the sudden break in their plans was opportunity enough. The root agents tried to put some distance between them, but she was faster. She pushed hard, even on the injured leg, and instantly closed in. She cracked him in the calf with a powerful kick and, in one fluid motion, pulled out 3 shurikens and threw them at the other 2 agents to keep them away. Returning to the heavily burned agent, Anko nailed him with 2 consecutive kicks to the head before pulling him close and spinning around. Using him as cover, she peered at the furthermost agent in the distance who was trying to strike her with an explosive tag kunai. The hesitation in his stance was enough for her to throw her human shield at the closer agent. He had a sword in his hands, so he couldn't sidestep or catch his ally. The best he could do was make sure he didn't impale him in the collision, but they still made full contact and fell. Anko, now open, kept an eye on the only agent standing, who threw his explosive tag kunai toward her. She was about to jump away to dodge, which would put more distance between the 2 agents she had just disrupted, but another kunai flew from behind her and prevented it from reaching her. She smiled as she sprinted toward the 2 agents, weaving the hand seals for a fire-release jutsu. Her left hand ignited with screaming fire. As the 2 agents rolled to their feet from the fall, she grabbed the scorched one and slammed her left hand into his throat, squeezing as the fire grew white-hot and ate through his neck, shoulders, and head. His agonized screams died the instant the flames melted his voice box. Leaving his burning corpse to fall behind her, she sprinted towards the second agent, who still managed to maintain his grip over his sword. Now, Anko looked at the 2 remaining agents, this is much more manageable. Chapter 260, High-Level Battle. The combined force of Camp Banana and the Hidden Steam were knocking on Yu's front door. They could hear the emergency warning bells ringing from over the wall in response to their arrival. Several dozen shinobi were already on the far sides of the wall, ready to defend the city, and were converging toward their location. The crowd of shinobi dressed in Hidden Steam colors respectfully parted as Toradesu walked to the front. His skin was covered with sweat and his breaths condensed before his face. For the past 30 minutes, he had been actively rotating the chakra inside his body, warming up his chakra pathway network. As the most senior of the Jonin, it was his responsibility to issue the warning to the forces inside the city, even if he didn't believe the warning would do anything. It was standard procedure during war, a common courtesy extended to the enemy, and served as legitimate justification that they didn't need. To whoever is in charge, heed this warning and surrender the city of you, Toradesu spoke, his voice amplified by chakra. His words traveled far and wide, maintaining their volume without hurting the ear. This is the first and last warning from our side. We're generously giving you one chance to vacate the city peacefully and keep your lives intact. You have 2 minutes to respond by opening the city gates for us to enter. Refusal to meet our demands will result in an aggressive response most unfavorable for you. The countdown began, and the shinobi rushed through their last-minute preparations for the impending battle. Many prayed to the gods and their own weapons for safety and victory, others psyched themselves up by hitting and hugging their comrades to drain away the nervousness, some performed their personal pre-battle routines, and a few crumbled under pressure. Toradesu turned back to look at Shirakumo standing before the forces he commanded. He gave him a nod that he returned. As the clock wound down to the last 10 seconds, Toradesu began walking toward the city, putting some distance between himself and the forces. The chakra inside him began to speed up as he commanded it to move faster and more vigorously. The allotted 2 minutes ended, and the city gates remained shuttered. The warning had been ignored, meaning they could officially attack the city. Toradesu breathed in from his nose, and when he exhaled from his mouth, a cloud of fire escaped along with his breath. A-rank ninjutsu were considered the pinnacle in the world of ninjutsu. S-rank was special and existed outside the standard structure, but the few that existed were akin to calamities. Most A-rank jutsu were weapons of mass destruction that couldn't be used without deep consideration for one's allies. It was a blessing for the world that only a minority of the shinobi population could learn and use them. Not all who were able to use A-rank ninjutsu were allowed to learn them, which kept the threat of mass destruction under control. Most people, even the most knowledgeable shinobi, wondered why Jonin, who possessed A-rank jutsu, didn't use them immediately at the start to end the battle by decimating their opponents. There were factors like collateral damage, friendly fire, and chakra resource management, but the biggest reason was that they simply weren't able to use the jutsu immediately. A-rank jutsu required a tremendous amount of chakra, and that absurd amount had to flow through shinobi's bodies. Human bodies weren't meant to handle that amount of chakra coursing through their chakra pathway network, which put a harsh strain on the network. Careless attempts to force the use of those jutsu could permanently damage the chakra pathway network in the worst-case scenario. Shinobi trained their bodies to the limit to endure the stress and strain that the jutsu and chakra exerted. Most people couldn't temper their bodies to that level and thus failed to use A-rank jutsu. Even if someone had the physical apparatus to use A-rank jutsu, they couldn't use it thoughtlessly. The body needed to be prepared appropriately before using the jutsu. Chakra burn was a condition observed when a shinobi handled a large amount of chakra very quickly. It was common during the use of A-rank jutsu and even happened with B-rank jutsu. Any type of jutsu required chakra to flow through the chakra pathway network. Ordinarily, this happened without any problems, but the load on the chakra network brought by higher-grade jutsu like A-rank jutsu damaged the network, leading to a damage akin to burning. Those burns would physically hurt when chakra would flow through the area, which was constantly, as the body produced a small amount of passively mixed chakra as part of the normal physical bodily function. For that reason, the chakra pathway network needed to be warmed up before A-rank jutsu could be used. Shinobi had no choice but to slowly ramp up their chakra usage to prepare their bodies to handle the strain from using an A-rank jutsu. The best and quickest way to warm up the chakra pathway network was to use lower-ranked ninjutsu. Toradesu was in his mid-50s. He was old. His chakra reserves had naturally declined from the peak of his youth. It was a waste of chakra to use jutsu to warm up, so he had been slowly rotating chakra around his body and alternating the speed of its flow for the past half an hour to warm up his chakra pathway network. If he simply molded the chakra, it would naturally dissipate throughout his body, so methods like Toradesu's only worked outside of combat, though he wouldn't hold off on using jutsu in combat anyway. He weaved a complex set of hand seals, and chakra flooded his body, racing through his network. He immediately felt his body strain under the jutsu, but he was used to it, so he proceeded smoothly to apply the nature transformation to his chakra, turning it into the fire nature. He finished the last hand seal and separated his hands for an orb to grow between his palms. With wisps of fire, chakra flowed from his fingertips into the orb. The jutsu wasn't over. Toradesu focused on shape transformation and pushed more and more chakra into the orb's center, turning it into a hot white. He looked up at city gates and roughly estimated how much it would take to destroy them, added some more in case there was a counter, and then added some more for the awe and fear factor. His fingers twitched, and the orb bloomed into a small firebird, and with a firm push, it glided away. It scorched the air behind it, leaving dark plumes to trail behind it. As Toradesu expected, a B-rank lightning ninjutsu had been cast from the walls to counter his jutsu, but it was shrugged away, and the firebird slammed into the city gates. There was no explosion. A raging fire spread from the point of contact at an astounding speed. In less than 5 seconds, the heavy city gates were enveloped in flames that quickly spread to the walls. The fire continued to spread, swallowing several dozen meters of the wall, burning so hot that the city walls turned into weak charcoal and collapsed under its own instability. Toradesu watched in silent satisfaction as even the special walls fortified by ninjutsu couldn't withstand his jutsu's sheer heat, crumbling while the fire ate away the material from the inside. The shinobi on the wall dove off it to escape, but not all of them were lucky enough to do so in time. He breathed a long sigh before turning to face the forces, though he had to hold back a smile at the glaring hidden steam jonin. The damage to the wall was done, and there was nothing anyone could do. It did, however, bring the benefit of reinvigorating his men, who were staring at the scene of carnage in front of them. The fire was so bright that their faces were dyed orange with its light as the sun broke over the horizon. He gathered chakra into his throat and spoke. "Don't be scared of the fire. I will protect you." His words gathered their attention, so charge. Charge and be victorious. It was short, but it did the work as the combined forces did exactly as asked, bloodlust saturating the air. The battle had begun. Ebi stared at the flames climbing toward the sky. He wasn't stationed near the wall but was some distance away inside the city. He couldn't see the particulars at the wall from where he was, but he knew that they had just lost at least 6 to 8 people to the A-rank jutsu, and that was the bare minimum. He wanted to blame the Jonin stationed near the wall for their failure to counter the ninjutsu, but he also didn't expect the other side to open with an A-rank ninjutsu. The standard for the situation was using a B-rank jutsu to clear out a section of wall guards, aggressively flood that now undefended area with troops, and use that as an entry point, but using A-rank jutsu was needlessly aggressive, and told him that the Jonin who used the jutsu was not a hidden steam shinobi as the damage to the city walls was too big of an expense. Which meant it was a hidden leaf Jonin. The fire at the collapse gate was suddenly snuffed as though someone had cut all access to oxygen, and waves of shinobi dressed in the hidden steam colors charged into the city. The fire still burned the walls and even continued to spread slowly, which acted as a barrier, slowing down the shinobi on the unaffected walls from getting down to pincer the enemy shinobi from behind. "Announce that I'm going forward," Ebi said to the radio comms Jinin near him. Without waiting for a response, he leapt from the rooftop and took to the air. He scanned the battlefield for the few seconds he remained suspended in the air, his leaping force acting against gravity, and immediately spotted a few people moving faster than others. Only Jonin had that luxury. Ebi fixed his gaze on the Jonin spearheading the effort and weaved hand seals as he let himself fall from the sky. He spewed water from his mouth and formed a thick ring around his body. Ebi swiped his hand, and the water shot forward in a line at ultra-high pressure. The pressurized line of water cut clean through the side of a building as though it was made from styrofoam, ripped a crevice in the road, and then cut halfway through the building on the other side of the street. The enemy Jonin only saw the water ninjutsu when it sliced off a corner of the first building. He froze on the spot, which required so much force that he cracked the pavement under his stopping foot and slammed to a halt mere inches from the jutsu's trajectory. Ebi landed in front of the Jonin and mentally searched through any matching intelligence reports over the past year before he landed on a name and a face matching the one before him. Dull gray hair tied into a ponytail, a small scar on the right side of his lips, just on the edge, and deep tear troughs under his eyes. And the most obvious tell of all was the sword strapped across his back. According to his bingo book, it was the cornerstone of his fighting style. Though Ebi took that particular piece of information with more than a few grains of salt. Bingo book entries were by and large exaggerated, or worse, outdated, which helped obfuscate the realistic capabilities of a shinobi. Still, there was only one man the Jonin before him could be. Ebi pulled his lips into a thin, hard line and readied himself by greeting his opponent. "Shirakumo Hayama of the Leaf." "You're Ebi Wado," said Shirakumo as he pulled an especially thin katana out of the sheath. "I hear you're the one in charge here. Without you, your forces will crumble, so I'll give you a chance to leave the city and spare us a fight. Deny it, and you'll die here today in a foreign country. How about it? And leave my men to die?" Ebi scoffed. "Respectable." Shirakumo nodded and then, in the blink of an eye, his stance changed, and he swung his katana, releasing a wind blade that spanned the entire street width. Ebi jumped in the air to evade the wind nature kenjutsu, twisting his body parallel to the ground. The wind cutter howled below him, but Ebi's pupils shrank when he felt himself being sucked towards the wind blade. He was barely a few inches above the wind blade, and the vacuum suction effect of the wind blade brought that distance down to a mere couple of centimeters. While shocked, Ebi was still a competent shinobi. He kept his eye on Shirakumo and saw him use the body flicker jutsu, momentarily losing sight of him. When he reappeared, he cleared half the distance between them and ripped another wind blade toward him. Ebi's feet touched the ground just as Shirakumo swung his katana, and he immediately jumped yet again, pushing chakra into his feet to gain more height while leaving hand seals. Shirakumo launched a second consecutive wind blade, but this time, Ebi was ready and countered with a pressurized water cord that neutralized the wind blade. Ebi immediately put some distance between them so that he would have more time to react to the wind blades. Again, Shirakumo launched another wind blade, keeping Ebi on the move due to their speed. The width of the wind blades made it even worse and restricted his ability to evade vertically. He jumped again, gaining more than enough height to clear the wind blade and, like before, began weaving hand seals for his next move. Shirakumo swung his katana again, and out of the blade emerged a second wind blade, one much faster than ever before. The second wind blade hit the first one and changed its trajectory. It arced at a sharp angle, surging towards Ebi at blistering speeds. He couldn't change direction in midair and was barely able to react by covering his body with a dense layer of chakra for a last-second, chakra-extensive, and highly inefficient defense. The wind cutter instantly ripped through the chakra layer, but it absorbed a significant amount of its lethality. However, the front of his armor was already destroyed by the very first cutter, allowing the remains of the blade to cut into his forearm and chest. When Ebi landed on his feet, he knew he had been set up but could do little except take in the sight of blood flooding down his torso. Shirakumo had deliberately slowed down the speed of his wind blades to mislead Ebi of their maximum speed, because there was reason for him to think otherwise, and then caught him off guard by unleashing a faster wind blade. That aside, the wind blade didn't just possess simple slicing power. He felt it flare out at the point of contact, and what he thought would be a cut on his chest that he could fight through suddenly led to his pectoral muscles aching at the slightest flex. Ebi could endure the pain, but it would hinder his movements. "I gave you a chance," said Shirakumo. He looked up at his opponent. While he might have been wearing hidden steam colors, the Jonin before him was a hidden leaf shinobi. Now you live with that knowledge until I end your life. Chapter 261, Dead Agents. As the wind release, breakthrough jutsu hit Anko, Takuma's instincts kicked in, and he moved in front of her path. Standing beside him, Daiki became an unexpected obstacle, blocking him from reaching her. Despite the hindrance, Takuma's hand shot up in an attempt to grab her, but it was too late. Anko crashed through the window, leaving a trail of shattered glass in her wake. He saw two kunai thrown by unseen enemies hurtling towards Anko. "Daiki, go," he shouted, pushing his larger teammate toward the shattered window. They had barely engaged the enemy in combat and had already been forced to split up. As Daiki leapt out of the window, Takuma swiftly switched the formation, taking the forwardmost position. He stepped toward the room at the end of the small corridor before stopping, which puzzled Kamiko and Riku. He weaved hand seals for the clone jutsu and sent an illusory clone into the room. Even though it was easy to spot, an itchy trigger finger was difficult to contain, especially when the enemy was planning an ambush. The clone stepped into the room and was instantly beheaded by a sword in full view of Takuma and dissipated with an almost silent hiss into thin air. The moment that happened, Takuma charged towards the wall beside the door with his shoulder, augmenting it with chakra. He ran through the wall like it was made of cardboard and body slammed the agent responsible for beheading the clone. While the wall absorbed significant force, the agent was still hurled to the other side of the large parlor room. Takuma took in his surroundings and saw Khan and a second agent jump back in response to him bulldozing in. His and Khan's eyes met, and immediately, he was hit by a burning headache like never before. It was worse than the time he tried to force something when he was younger by staring at his scars in the mirror, but he bit his tongue to bear the pain and glared at the man. He wanted to take advantage of the element of surprise, but the pain prevented him from reacting appropriately. Kamiko and Riku entered the room and the tension spiked. Too many people were in a relatively minimal space. Chaos would break out the moment anyone moved, and the person to bring it was Riku. He kicked furniture toward Khan and the second agent. Khan jumped up to the wall and stuck to it with his feet while the second agent cut down a cushion chair, and that was when Kamiko went after him with her sword buzzing with chakra. The second agent was fast and parried her first swing, but she had the momentum and smoothly transitioned into the next strike that the second agent dodged by pulling back, but the sword held out in the front was pushed by an invisible force a moment before the front of his chest gear was shredded and his forearm started bleeding from a cut. Kimiko's Take Torai Kenjutsu allowed her to increase the reach of her sword with a near-invisible length of wind chakra. It was a dangerous technique as almost everyone got caught by it, and they only tried to avoid the visible sword blade. And many times, one strike was all it took to end the fights and lives. The opponent had to figure out what had just happened, which was difficult mid-fight. She went for a stab at his throat, but the agent managed to dodge with enough distance to get clear of her invisible extension, but then Kimiko swung her sword again, then he parried and then pulled back once more when she tried to swing for his shoulder. Just when he thought he was safe, the invisible length cut a long and shallow wound from his left shoulder to his lower right chest. Kon threw a kunai at Kimiko from the roof. Takuma countered it by deflecting it with a kunai of his own before following up with another kunai back at Kon, who went for a parry only to have the right side of his body blown back from the sheer force put behind the kunai with his augmentation. The first agent tried to get up to join the fight. Takuma weaved hand seals as he turned toward him, and his chest expanded as he breathed in. Water release, wind water wave. A powerful wave of water slammed into the agent, slamming him into the wall. As Takuma gained skill and experience, the jutsu had become stronger and more vigorous. The pressure behind the wave had increased considerably, and the first agent felt like he had run into the walls as his bones creaked for the second time. He immediately went into a second set of hand seals for the water release, 8 tentacles jutsu to reuse the water he had just created. The ceiling cracked under Kon's feet as he shot down toward Takuma, his sword bearing like a wolf's fangs. Takuma felt his headache flare once more as he focused on Kon. He almost lost control of his chakra from the pain, which was so different from the physical pain from injuries that he had gotten used to, but he also was slow to decide whether to stop his hand seals to free his hands for Kon or take his chance on completing the jutsu and just dodge. Riku rushed forth and leapt into the sky with her feet toward Kon, who took the hit and let himself get knocked off his trajectory. She went for another hit when he landed, but Kon dealt her a quick kick to her knee this time and then took a step toward Takuma while swinging his sword. By now, Takuma had decided to complete his jutsu and jumped back to avoid the blade, aiming for his life. Kon missed, but then he swiped his blade upwards and managed to nick Takuma on the side of his bottom lip. As Takuma completed the hand seals, he felt the faint taste of blood on his tongue and snarled from the pain in his head that was now actively hindering him. He charged at Kon, who tried to take out Riku, the one closer to him. She barely parried one of his strikes but was put in a bad position with Kon swinging his sword down at her. Takuma moved in hastily, parried the falling sword, and felt his arm strain against the weight. Now, both Riku and Takuma were in a disadvantageous position. The blade edge of Kon's sword turned a burning red as the metal sizzled and hissed. As he swung down, the water finally arrived at Takuma's back. The water tentacles spurted out, grabbed Kon's legs, and pulled as hard as possible. The sword struck Takuma's kunai and immediately cut halfway through it. Kon's legs were pulled from under him, and he backed away, pulling the kunai latch to the sword along with him. The tentacle grabbing the legs was cut through, but Takuma wasn't concerned as another tentacle dropped a kunai into his hand, which he threw toward the agent Kimiko was fighting. Like Kon, the agent parried the kunai, but there was so much force behind the kunai that he miscalculated, and when the kunai was deflected down, it struck him square in the thigh. Kimiko took advantage of the mishap and switched from being mostly passive to hyper-offensive, her kenjutsu's speciality. "Riku, the other one," Takuma yelled. She pulled back and switched to the root agent hit by the wild water wave. So much had happened in such a short time that his head would have hurt regardless of Kon being there. Everything was happening so fast, and Takuma was acutely aware that his teammates were not as strong as the root agents. He had already stepped in to support both of them, which was difficult when Kon demanded his attention just to keep him at bay. His headache just made everything much worse. "You're not going to escape this time," said Kon. Takuma would have said something, but he wasn't in the mood and didn't have the mind space to exchange quips with him. The more his head hurt, the angrier he got, the more he seethed, the colder his head felt. At the moment, he desired nothing more than to kill the man before him, but he knew he had to get him alive to get information. The bloody tang on his tongue only made want to spill Khan's blood even more. His brain felt like it was lagging behind his eyes as he kept an eye on Riku and Kimiko at the opposite ends of the parlor room. At least the limited space allowed him to be a moment away to provide support. He wanted to focus on Khan, but the reality of the situation was that he was part of a team that was currently fighting multiple opponents. Half of his tentacles pulled out a kunai each from his weapon's pouch, while the other half remained free, and were about to make a move when Khan smiled in a way that rang all the wrong bells in his already pounding head. Khan glanced at Riku and slid in her direction, which immediately made Takuma sprint toward her to get ahead of him so he could protect her, but the moment Takuma took a long stride in her direction, Khan switched his target and moved toward Kimiko. Takuma's combat boots screeched against the marble floor. "Kimiko!" he yelled as he ran toward her. The feint made him a step behind and a moment late. The tentacles whipped their kunai at Khan, but he deftly deflected all of them, which gave Takuma almost enough time to catch up. The 8 tentacles merged into 4 so that he could have more length and got them ready to give him a little more reach so that he could protect Kimiko. But then Khan yelled, "And I help San." The root agent, who was on the back foot, suddenly disengaged from Kimiko, jumped to the roof and headed in Riku's direction. He followed the orders so fast, almost like a robot completing an instruction. Takuma's brain, which was running to the point of wheezing on the track, abruptly stopped. For a very long, short moment, he had no idea what to do and how to react. Riku was fighting a beaten-up agent, which was the most he thought she could handle, but now there was another one heading toward her. Kimiko couldn't follow him because Khan was sprinting toward her, and he would cut her down if she tried to follow. He couldn't turn away to help Riku, but if he engaged Khan, he would be locked in and unable to leave, and by then, Kimiko would be too late to leave. "What should I do? What should I do? What should I do?" he thought. The 4 tentacles merged into 2 thicker ones and shot up toward the agent on the ceiling. The water flowed and wrapped around his body before Takuma tugged hard, and the agent was snatched and slammed to the ground. But that wasn't enough. The agent could cut himself out of the tentacles, and Riku would once again be in danger. As Takuma slid between Khan and Kimiko, he weaved hand seals for a jutsu he hadn't used in over a year. With his head on fire, he almost forgot the hand seals, but his muscle memory carried him through. Lightning release, shock. Khan tried to cut him down, but Takuma managed to half-dodge while taking a shallow slice on his upper arm from the burning hot sword, which hurt so much that it overpowered his headache for a moment, something Takuma was momentarily thankful for. Arcs of lightning snaked down his, forming an orb of lightning. On paper, a D-rank jutsu of nature he wasn't proficient in and hadn't used in a long time wasn't a good choice made under pressure, but he knew that water and lightning were complementary, and he had read the jutsu scrolls, the books on chakra theory, to the best of his ability, and even though he hadn't tried it before, he was confident that it would work, so much so he put his and his teammates' lives on the line. He shot the orb of lightning into his tentacles, and then the magic happened. Takuma didn't have the liberty to look at the agent with Khan right in front of him, but the screams told him that his gambit had worked. Chapter 262, Death Flags. Khan looked at Inai, who was writhing on the floor from the lightning ninjutsu channeled through the water tentacles. Water and lightning release being complementary elements meant both jutsu had been enhanced. He immediately pumped fire nature chakra into his sword and swung at Takuma, thinking that Takuma's lightning ninjutsu would damage him as well, but he stood unfazed by it as he evaded the blade and countered by jabbing a lightning-charged tentacle at Khan, who didn't want any part of and backed away. Khan clicked his tongue. The water ninjutsu insulated Takuma from the lightning, but it was already depleting, so he waited for it to completely disappear before making his move. He glanced at Inai, who was no longer moving and was knocked unconscious by the lightning. The loss of one team member had shifted the fight's dynamic, tilting the balance towards the middle. Despite this setback, Khan maintained his confidence, knowing his team still held the upper hand. However, the question of whether his men could match Mitarashi Anko's prowess lingered in his mind. "Take him and get out, both of you," Takuma said to the sword-wielding kunoichi beside him. She looked hesitant, but rushed in and threw him over her shoulder. Kon moved to stop her, but Takuma very aggressively closed in and swung his fist. He felt the phantom pain in his shoulder at the sight of his glowing fist and quickly backed away. It was the right move as a rush of wind brushed past his ears. Takuma's chakra augmentation was dangerous, he had felt it firsthand and didn't want a second experience. "Go!" Takuma yelled when he saw his teammates hesitate. The second kunoichi moved toward the door, and San followed after her, but Takuma positioned himself at the door, intending to hold them back while they escaped. In taking one of his men alive, Kon recognized that their aim was not extermination but capture for information extraction. Measures like anti-interrogation seals were a standard operating procedure for root agents on missions. All of his men, including himself, had them active on their bodies, and root agents were trained to self-eliminate to stop a potential information leak. However, seals could be broken, and the self-preservation instinct was difficult to beat out of people. As the mission leader, he couldn't allow one of his men to be captured. The correct thing to do was for one of them to take on Takuma while the other chased after the kunoichi. But as Kon gazed at Takuma, his shoulder began to burn and ache, causing a cocktail of feelings to rise in his throat. "We're taking him out," Kon said to San, venom in his tone. Takuma's tentacles flared out at his words as though attempting to cover more of the door and the broken wall beside it. There was a moment of pause as the two sides measured each other before all three shinobi exploded into action. Takuma acted aggressively and moved toward Kon with one of his tentacles swiping a kunai at the latter's neck. Kon jumped back toward the wall and started weaving hand seals. San shifted between them and attacked Takuma with a dagger that Takuma parried using a tentacle holding a kunai and then countered with an augmented palm strike to the chest. San gurgled out blood and stumbled back. Takuma closed the distance between them and threw a follow-up augmented liver shot that San barely avoided by shifting his body back at the last second. "Clear!" In the back, Kon breathed fire between his hands as he pulled his arms apart, creating a burning fire spear that cast a nasty light on his face. San half stumbled and half jumped to the side, clearing the way between Kon and Takuma. Kon flicked his wrist, and the fire spear raced toward Takuma, who couldn't dodge because they were so close. His tentacles bunched before him just as the fire spear hit him, and he was sent barreling through the wall. The fire spear exploded into a mass of fire, lighting up that section of the room. He didn't let himself slow or stop as he flowed into another set of hand seals while staring at the wall of fire with eyes taut with attention. He knew it wasn't over, that would be too easy, and if it was that easy, he would have killed him the first time they met. His intuition was spot on as Takuma surged out of the intense fire. He was soaking wet, and the tentacles behind his back were missing. He instantly slid down into a sliding tackle and kicked a broken piece of furniture in Kon's direction. Kon turned his back to the flying furniture and took the hit to continue weaving the hand seals. Another fire spear bloomed in his hand and was immediately launched at Takuma. The distance between them was shorter than before, there was no time to dodge or any tentacles to protect him. Kon was sure this was going to hit, and it was going to hurt. Their eyes met for 0.2 of a second, and at that moment, Kon saw his fire spear reflect in Takuma's eyes. He expected to see fear and trepidation, but the eyes he met were steady, not even a hint of unease. What he saw was a picture of focus, and the focus was him, which made Kon's heart jolt. Takuma's half-cocked fist punched out, and the fire spear that was only a foot away from the fist quavered as an unseen force struck and traveled through it. Impossible, thought Kon. The unstable fire spear lost shape as it broke down, losing its penetrative power, and yet it still exploded in Takuma's face. With only a portion of its intended power, the weakened fire jutsu singed his face and hair. Kon felt his heart ease up at the jutsu still doing damage, but then Takuma's face became visible, and he saw the same focused look persist as though the ninjutsu hadn't affected him at all. There was an intensity in his eyes that sent a shot of fear up Kon's spine. Even as he got his face blasted by fire, even as he stumbled back, there was a single-minded intent focused on Kon, which alarmed him to his core. It was feral ferocity reined in and harnessed via cold reasoning, and that was a dangerous combination. Khan had no intention of letting Takuma leave alive, but the last exchange only intensified his desire. The kid before him was dangerous, and all of his instincts screamed that if he was given time to grow, he would become even more dangerous. He had seen what geniuses were like. Takuma wasn't like them, he was different, and that made him even more dangerous. He couldn't put a finger on it, but the answer came just as quickly and hit him. The kid before had already seen the darkness, dragged into it, and managed to climb out. This was someone who was willing to do anything and everything to achieve what he wanted. Khan remembered the bombing that had taken out the Jonin, and even though he had no proof, he knew that Takuma was behind it. He had wiped out dozens of civilians to eliminate a Jonin, and not many people would be willing to do that. Given that the Root had targeted him twice, they had become bitter enemies. There was a chance just now when Takuma could have run away, but he made the choice to come after him, which was enough to show that the grudge ran deep enough for him to risk his life. Khan had to end him before he became a threat far too big. Takuma lunged at him, which made him pull back to enough to cleanly dodge an augmented strike, but Takuma faltered with a look of great pain on his face. He's injured, thought Khan. Had the fire spear managed to do substantial damage? Regardless of what it was, Khan took advantage of the opportunity. He took a quick forward step and stabbed his heart. Takuma raised his hand at the last moment, and the sword stabbed through his palm as he pushed the sword to the side, leaving a deep laceration just under his armpit. With the unconscious Root agent on Kimiko's back, her and Riku sprinted across the manor house as fast as possible. The team wanted to capture more Root agents to facilitate cross-checking and verify the authenticity of the information during interrogation, but the mission's minimum requirement was completed by capturing just one. The team now had to judge the situation and see if they wanted to take their chances by going for a second capture, and the final decision was Anko's to make. The two kunoichi jumped out of a window near the side of the manor house so they were visible to Anko and Daiki while still having enough distance between them to allow a quick enough escape in case other Root agents tried to stop them. As they jumped, they noticed Anko was fighting two Root agents simultaneously while Daiki provided support from a distance. Anko spotted them immediately. She disengaged and backed away for a moment and then yelled something they couldn't hear. Daiki, who was positioned at a distance, looked towards them and seemed to hesitate but sprinted towards them after being yelled at by Anko again. Kimiko instantly realized what was going on. Anko was going to cover for the three of them to escape. When one of the Root agents tried to go after Daiki, she charged with reckless aggression and put herself between the two agents so they would focus on her rather than Daiki. "Let's go," Kimiko said as she started to run away from the manor house. Riku followed, but only a couple of seconds later, she stopped. "What are you doing?" Kimiko exclaimed while constantly looking toward Anko, fighting the two Root agents, scared that they would lose their opportunity to escape with the unconscious agent. "I'm going back," said Riku, already backpedaling towards the manor house. Kimiko was flabbergasted for a split second before realizing what Riku was going to do. "Riku, no! Takuma will need help. I can't leave him alone when I can support him. You and Daiki go, go!" Riku turned away and sprinted without waiting for a response. Kimiko shouted at her to stop but was ignored as she picked up more speed. "What happened? Why is she running to the house?" Daiki asked the moment he was in earshot and gazed worriedly at Riku as the distance between them and her stretched. "Let's go," Kimiko said bitterly as her face twitched with frustration. She stayed still for a moment as she internally struggled with how to proceed until, ultimately, she turned her back to the manor house and started running with a hard stop to vent her feelings. "We have our orders." Chapter 263, Sacrifice. Takuma felt as though his head was literally splitting. There was so much sweat and plaster on his face from running through the wall, along with the fire ninjutsu which had blown up right in front of him, that it hid the fact that he was tearing up from the pain. His teeth and jaw hurt from over-clenching to bear the pain coming from his head. Not once in his life had he fought through the intensity of pain he was feeling now, and he had been brutalized several times during his ring days. Even when he was almost killed by Root assassins, he had Sango's painkillers in his system, which, along with adrenaline, made him practically incapable of feeling pain. But nothing helped as he fought Khan and a root agent trying to kill him. His reaction time was so slow because more than half of his mind was focused on the pain. However, he was glad that he was able to clear Riku and Kamiko out of the room with a root agent for information. The mission was technically over, and he could run away, but then he wouldn't get to know what was happening to him. He had to capture Khan to get some answers for the headaches, the scars, anything he could. Takuma locked in on Khan. The only silver lining was that the pain from the fire jutsu and his physical trauma paled in comparison to the headache. He rose toward Khan as chakra flooded his arm for the highest power of augmentation he could manage without injuring his body. In truth, Takuma had never tested the limit of how much chakra he could pack into his arm because he'd been in enemy territory for months. It was an extremely dangerous choice to make when his ability to focus and think was compromised. But he had to bet big to win big. His sleeve and the skin beneath was still on fire as he cocked his arm back, ready to lash out a full contact strike, when all the pain in his head suddenly vanished like it never existed. It was the most wonderful feeling he had felt in his 2 lives. His entire body felt light and springy. He clenched the muscles in his arm taut. He was going to take out Khan with this strike. The feeling of freedom from pain was short-lived because the pain returned just as quickly as it had vanished, and it returned with a vengeance. Vertigo, nausea, breathlessness, everything hit him all at once. The molded chakra in his arm slipped out of control and dissipated before he could do anything with it. Takuma wasn't even aware that he had hopped away from Khan on instinct because his vision was overcome by a blinding light. His sole thought that he managed to muster through the pain was to wonder whether he had been trapped in a jinjutsu. Click. An intense feeling of fear invaded his heart when a memory he had never seen before flashed before his eyes. He was lying down on a cold, hard metal table with a blinding light glaring down at him. In his peripheral vision, he saw the shadows of multiple men wearing scrub caps and masks. Split. The memory shifted to him sitting in a room with white walls, floors, and ceilings. There were only 3 pieces of gray furniture in the room: a bed, table, and chair. Posters stuck to the wall had writing on them that Takuma couldn't make out as the memory blurred them out. Him in the memory looked down and saw pairs of child's arms and legs covered in bandages stained with yellow medicine and red blood, so much blood. The feel of the memory was calm, with a hint of tension present in the background. The door to the white room opened, and the memory began to shift as a figure stepped in. He couldn't make out who they were. Pop! The fear and panic returned to the front in full blast as Takuma felt his back pressed against the wall. His chest and shoulders were rising faster and faster, and standing in front of him was undoubtedly a much younger Khan, who seemed to be yelling something at him. The sound was garbled, but the more he yelled, the more dread Takuma felt, to the point that he could neither breathe nor see properly. Crack! Takuma jerked back out of the memory into the present to find Khan's sword blade being thrust towards his heart. He barely had the time to react with his hand. The sword stabbed through his palm and then cut just below his armpit. Arg! Takuma tried to pull back, but Khan jerked the sword, which hooked onto his palm. Takuma screamed and continued to pull his palm free of the sword as it sliced through his flesh. He turned his head back and caught the root agent snuck behind him from his right side. Takuma couldn't defend himself as his right hand was locked in with the sword. Takuma screamed again and continued to pull his palm free of the sword, and heard the other root agent sneak behind him from his right side. He couldn't defend himself as his right hand was locked in with the sword, so he raised his shoulder at the last second and received a kunai to the hilt in his back. He was going to die, thought Takuma. He didn't think of death often during battles because there was no use in doing so, and it was more beneficial to think about the things to help him survive. Now, he was trapped, surrounded, alone, and not in his best form even before he was stabbed in 2 parts of his body. He didn't even have time to process the mind-breaking memories he had just seen, the first memories of the boy he had ever seen. Fuck it, Takuma cursed. He had been trying to tone down trading damage in his combat ever since Anko had started to teach him, but it was clear that way of fighting just didn't fit him. He couldn't be an elegant fighter, he had to get in there and get dirty if he wanted to win tough fights. He was Scars, and he would always be him. He took a deep breath and instead of trying to pull his hand free from the sword, Takuma stepped in close to Kon, who didn't expect it. Takuma charged his arm and slammed the palm augmented to the limit into his chest. He felt Kon's ribs break under his hand and channeled all his negativity, rage, fear, hatred, all into that strike. Kon spurted blood into Takuma's face before he flew back like a cannonball into the wall, letting go of his sword. Takuma had no time to pull it out as he turned around and spin-kicked the other root agent. His form was terrible thanks to the kunai in his back, and the kick had no real power behind it, but the agent jumped back to avoid getting hit, which gave Takuma time and space. He took out the kunai from his back and threw it at the agent with chakra behind it. The agent parried it but stumbled due to its force. Takuma finally pulled the sword of palm with an ugly scream and ran out of the room through a side entrance. Perhaps taking out the kunai from his back was a bad move. He was leaking blood from 2 spots at a worrying pace. The state of his breathing resembled someone who was in the last stretch of an ultramarathon, even though it had been less than 15 minutes since he had killed the hidden frost shinobi outside the manor house. His condition was worsening by the minute and extending the fight was not in his favor. He half stumbled into the hallway and tripped on his own feet as he made a split-second decision to change the location. He threw a shuriken to shatter a nearby window, jumped out, and then climbed up to the floor above and used Kon's sword to shatter a window to enter. Hiding was impossible because the floor was stained by the blood dripping from his hand. So he stabbed the sword into the ground beside him and stood in front of the shattered window. He looked down at his mangled right hand and somehow began to weave hand seals. Ignoring the pain, the fingers in his right hand resisted his commands, but he managed even if barely. Water release, spirit water wave. A football-sized orb of water with some of his blood mixed in formed before his fingers. His arms trembled as he took aim at the shattered window. The wait was less than 10 seconds, but it felt like an eternity as his arms grew heavier. The root agent poked his head above the window pane, and Takuma took a shot that missed when the agent ducked down. The shot itself was a smidge to the right. Takuma looked down at the water orb, which still held the shape that had scantily happened during practice and never on field. However, Takuma didn't get to shoot another shot because a kunai with an explosive tag flew in from the window, and he jumped through the window before it could so much as blow up. The water orb atop his finger drenched his hand, wasting 3 shots worth of chakra. The window next to the one Takuma was standing under shattered and Kon rushed towards him. "Free!" Kon yelled. That message was for the other root agent, who he had failed to shoot, and both he and Kon immediately launched a pincer attack. Takuma pulled Kon's sword from the floor, swung it at the agent, and then ran across the hallway to keep both of them in front of him. His right hand was useless from the damage, and he truly wished that he had the time to create water tentacles, but he didn't have the water or the time for it. He was sure that Kon understood that as well and was giving him no time or space to remedy his injury. But he had Kon's sword that he switched to his mangled hand. He had no genuine experience with a sword, and it felt heavier in his hand because of his weakened grip. He would have been able to handle a lighter kunai much better. The sword was necessary because he didn't want his opponents close to him because of his injuries. The root agent rushed in, and Takuma responded by swinging his sword at him. Kon tried to use that time as an opening and even threw in a curve by bouncing off the ceiling, but Takuma was expecting that and punched a second form augmentation at him. Kon crossed his hands as the chakra hit him and was thrown several feet back, temporarily knocked away from the fight, leaving the root agent. Takuma stopped backing away and slashed at the agent with the sword, and it was not only easily parried but also knocked out of his hand. He didn't panic and moved in closer and threw an augmented elbow at the agent. While the hand was useless, the rest of the arm still worked. The agent blocked with his arm. The strike knocked the wind out of him. Takuma followed up with a kick to the knee, flooring him, and then smashed his left fist in his face with a second form augmentation, breaking his nose. Now he finally had both space and time to use ninjutsu. Seeing that he was fighting alone, hidden mist jutsu was the obvious and perfect choice. He would flood the floor with mist and then use the opportunity to cast Wild Water Wave to create water for the 8 tentacle jutsu and then use the cover of the mist to mount himself a comeback. He raised his hands to weave hand seals for the hidden mist jutsu when he suddenly heard something move behind him. Takuma! Takuma was already turning when he registered the voice that called his name. All the pain, the chaotic emotions stemming from the new memories, the cold spreading through his body from blood loss, the fatigue that was beginning to set in, everything came to a stop when he saw Riku standing before him. She was facing him and gazed up at him with a shocked expression that matched his. Neither of them expected what had just happened. "My body just moved," she said, her voice just above a whimper as blood dribbled down the side of her lips. Takuma looked down and saw a bloody sword sticking out of her body, a little bit too close to her chest. He recognized the sword because it belonged to the root agent Riku and Kimiko had taken away. He watched as the bloodstain grew out from the place where the sword exited her body. He looked up and jolted when he saw Kon behind her with a hateful smirk. His smirk grew into a grin at Takuma's growing shock. "You're not the only one who can use clones." Takuma wasn't listening. Kon's clone pulled his sword out of Riku, and she collapsed forward into Takuma's embrace, who grabbed her out of pure instinct. Huh. Chapter 264, Reflection. She was too light. They had sparred nearly every day when they were at Camp Banana. They had wrestled in mud and dirt, he had tossed her around plenty of times, but now, as she collapsed into him, he felt that she had no weight to her. His hands holding her by the shoulder trembled, perhaps for the first time, he felt that a shinobi could be so fragile, so vulnerable. Why was Rika here? By now, she and Kimiko were supposed to clear out of the manor house property and get far enough that there was no chance for the other root agents to catch up with them. He had very deliberately sent them both away so he wouldn't have to support them in combat. As much as he appreciated their help, they were weaker than the competition. They were taking his attention to support them while fighting Kon, which was proving to be complicated. He looked at Kon's clone holding the bloody blade that had just been pulled out from Riku. That blade was meant for him, if not for Riku, the blood on it would have been his. His heart plummeted, his body was frigid, and the goosebumps tightened his skin. She had saved his life by risking hers. One of his teammates was now suffering from a life-ending injury because of him. She was dying because of him. The world stopped as an overwhelmingly crushing guilt descended on him. It felt like the weight of the sky was suddenly set on his shoulders, every muscle and bone in his body drained, all of his previous desires and intentions vanished like smoke. 1 second stretched to an eternity. In that moment, his entire world was focused on the girl in his arms. Takuma's mind had been on the verge of breaking for a while and was being held together by his aim to see the mission through and his intense personal desire to find more about the boy's past unraveled the moment he felt Riku go limp in his arms. He had lost teammates in combat before, and he saddled blame on himself that he had continued to carry in the corner of his heart, but they had died during combat at the hands of the enemy while he was busy fighting his own battles. This was different. Riku had jumped to save him. It was his fault that she was dying. His decision to capture Kon for his personal motives was the reason he was in the hallway in a heavily injured state. The mission was already accomplished, and he could have held back the enemy while retreating, but he chose to stand his ground. It was his choice, and if he hadn't made it, he would have not gotten as injured as he did, and Riku, who had returned to support him as a true comrade, wouldn't have had to jump in to save him. She would not have not taken the strike meant for him if he had not made the mistake of letting his emotions overtake him. She wouldn't be dying if not for him. It was all his fault. The second of eternity shattered when the sound of metal scratching metal reached his ears as the root agent behind him retrieved a kunai from his weapon pouch. Takuma's mind was in chaos. He was still reeling and processing the horror before him, but he was mid-combat and didn't have the luxury of taking his time. When he heard the sound, the magma of anger rose up in his heart, flowing through the blood in his veins. Takuma embraced the rage, he let himself drown in it. It was easy because the alternative was to bear the unbearable guilt that sapped him of everything. At that moment, he chose to blame someone else, because it was easy. Takuma rushed to the wall and leaned Riku against it. As he pulled back and slid down the wall, he got the first good look at her wound and then noticed her blood on his clothes. He flinched and turned his body away from her, putting himself between her and the enemy. He looked at the root agent, Khan, and the clone and saw red. The pain that tortured his head in the presence of Khan was absent, the wrath blinded him, and, from that, provided him with a clarity he had lacked since the start of the fight. The sword that had been knocked out of his hand lay by his feet. Takuma stomped on the hilt, and it bounced into his mangled hand. His grip was solid this time as his blood stained the grip. The rage surpassed any pain he felt in his hand. He bellowed in anger and slashed the sword at Khan's clone, who laughed as he rebuffed the strike with ease. Cling! The root agent moved in and swung his kunai. Takuma turned with his hips and put his momentum behind the sword with an upward swing that clashed against the kunai, sending sparks flying. Clang! He kicked the root agent in the stomach, pushing him back a few steps before swinging at the clone. The difference in skill was apparent as the clone skillfully redirected the sword with ease as their blades screeched against each other. Takuma then spat a spittle mixed with blood into the clone's eyes, who was startled by the move and backed away. Takuma didn't pursue him and turned again with his arm cocked and charged with chakra. His eyes met with Khan, and just seeing the hateful man's face made him put more chakra through his arm. He whipped a second form punch at him and felt the bone in his hand crack from overloading chakra. He spread the chakra out to create a blunt force rather than a penetrating one, which forced Khan to slide several meters back. Takuma flexed his arm. It still moved properly, which meant he had gotten away with a hairline fracture. He raised the sword and swung it down at the root agent, who put his kunai up. Takuma raised the sword again and slammed it down again and then did it again. The sound of metal became louder and harsher with each swing as he put more force, channeling his anger. Clang! 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 The agent's knees buckled, and he was half kneeling by the end of it. Takuma turned back once again and threw his sword at Khan's clone just as he closed in, who once again easily parried it, and it spun up towards the ceiling. With his arms free, Takuma weaved hand seals, working through the pain in his hands. Auditory Genjutsu, Bell Sound Clone, Ver. Twice modified. He didn't have the freedom to use his golden bell to lay the sound for the Genjutsu, so he used the sound of metal banging against metal by slamming the sword against Khan's sword and the agent's kunai. The Genjutsu was also made for a singular target, but he made a last-minute change which he would have never made during combat if he was in his right mind. Cling! All three of his enemies froze up as the Genjutsu set in and hit them with full force. The sound of harsh metal against metal pierced into their ears while a dozen more Takumas appeared in the hallway. Takuma snatched the sword from midair as it descended and thrust it into the clone's chest, immediately popping him into smoke. He turned with his sword arm outstretched and beheaded the root agent, wrenching the sword free and appearing in front of the final one. A moment after Khan's clone was killed, he shuddered as the clone's experience transferred to him, and it broke him out of the Genjutsu. His eyes widened when the three Takuma illusions before him evaporated to reveal the real one with the bloody sword in his hand. He backed away the moment he got control of his body. Takuma roared, chakra instinctually coating his voice. The sword swung and drew blood. Khan stumbled back and looked down as half his right arm dropped on the marble floor. He flinched when Takuma stabbed the sword into the amputated arm. Silence returned to the manor house for the first time since the team had infiltrated it. The scene in the hallway was the picture of gore with blood dripping and pooling as a decapitated head and an amputated arm lay on the floor. The two men stared at each other for a split moment. Takuma felt no joy, no satisfaction, nothing as he stared at Khan's shell-shocked face, even if he had wiped the smirk off his face. It looked like he was still trying to process what had just happened. Despite how potent medicine was because of shinobi and chakra, losing an arm meant losing it forever if it wasn't reattached quickly, and it practically crashed the shinobi's combat ability to the ground. Most were never able to recover, and those who did were never the same. Both of them understood that fact. Khan tried to grab his arm, but Takuma shot forward and kicked him away. He wouldn't let Khan take it back. He stared straight into Khan's eyes as he stomped on the arm, pumping out chakra that shattered the bone and turned the arm into a gory mass. No! Khan yelled with bloodshot eyes. For the first time, his voice held genuine emotion. He coughed up blood from the shock and swayed on his feet before catching himself. He gave one last look to his destroyed arm and then glared at Takuma with pure hatred before jumping out of a window to escape. "He's injured, you can kill him." Takuma ignored the voice in his head and, without a second thought, ran to Riku, sitting up against the wall. Khan didn't matter anymore. He checked her and felt his heart soar when he felt a faint heartbeat in her chest, but her body was cold. She had already lost a lot of blood and couldn't afford to lose any more. He tried his best to plug her wounds, which was challenging because the sword pierced her clean, creating 2 openings. Their team didn't have an Irionin, and the main force was still locked in a battle, which made getting to an Irionin risky. All of that stressed Takuma out, but he also held hope because there was a way to get Riku help. Anko, with her snake summoning contract, could help Riku by summoning a snake that knew a form of Ariajitsu. While they had never talked about it, and he didn't know if Anko knew a snake like that, he desperately hoped that she did. "You'll be fine," Takuma whispered as he picked her up in a princess carry and rushed out of the building. She needed to be fine because there was no longer anyone else to blame. Anko gazed up at the manor house in the background. A little while ago, Kamiko and Riku had exited the building. They managed to capture a root agent, which completed the mission's minimum requirement, so she ordered Daiki to go with them because the city was plunged into warfare. Together, the 3 of them would be better equipped to protect themselves if they were interrupted on their way to the factory base. For a moment, she thought the worst had happened to Takuma when he didn't come out with the girls, but seeing that they hadn't brought his body, he was probably still alive. She speculated he had stayed back to allow the girls to escape with the root agent. Her doubts were confirmed when halfway through, Riku turned and rushed back into the building, presumably for support, and Anko had continued to hear commotion from inside the building since then. She was brought out of her thoughts as she felt the temperature rise and felt an intense heat coming from a great fireball charged toward her like a raging bull, both melting and wrecking the ground in its path. Anko bent her knees and jumped high up in the air as the tongues of flames licked the soles of her boots. She flew straight toward the root agent, casting the fire ninjutsu with kunai in both her hands. The agent jumped away a moment before she landed on the ground, and a second agent flew towards her feet first. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and absorbed the contact while her feet uprooted grass as she was forced to slide back. There was no time to rest as she ducked to avoid a volley of shuriken from the first agent. She bought herself a few seconds by throwing a kunai at the first agent and then used the opportunity to throw her other kunai at the second agent. She stayed down and leapt forward at the second agent's feet. He kicked her in the face, but she still managed to take him down by his legs, climbed up his body, and pummeled him with half a dozen hits before she was kicked off. The first agent threw a kunai at her as he closed in. Anko barely avoided it by rolling off the second agent, and it nicked her cheek, drawing a drop of blood. She wasn't able to get up in time and had to push herself back on the ground as the first agent swung his kunai at her. The second agent sprinted toward them and was about to join in, which would make the situation much worse for her. She managed to get out when she grabbed the first agent's arm and kicked him in the knee while pulling him down. As he fell, she got up and kicked him hard in the stomach. The first agent flew towards the second agent, who had to catch his partner, forcing him to abandon the chase. Anko quickly weaved hand seals for ninjutsu to help her ease the situation. Fire release, twin flame whips. 2 thick whips, twice the length of a standard katana and made of pure flames, appeared in her palms. The grass burned on contact, and the flames spread as the lawn caught on fire. "Time to get tamed, boys," Anko smiled. She switched from defense to attack, dragging the whips behind her, leaving smoldering trails in the grass. The flame whips screeched every time she swung and set the grass around them on fire. The 2 root agents couldn't come close to her, or they would risk being lashed by her flaming whips. Anko observed both agents and noticed that the second one seemed to struggle more against the whips. The first agent had to be more aggressive to keep her attention on him so that the second agent would have time to breathe. She grinned and clenched her whips tighter. Making an abrupt motion, she completely ignored the first agent and focused her violence on his struggling comrade, moving her hands faster and swinging harder than ever before. She moved closer to him, pushing him back, and then, as she was expecting, he he crumbled under the onslaught and stumbled to the ground. Her cheer was equal parts exertion and elation. Ha! Arg! Anko struck him down. The whip cut through his face, chest, and abdomen. She wanted to finish him, but she turned around and swung her whip parallel to the ground just at the right time to keep the first agent away from her. He jumped back and Anko couldn't hold back her smirk. She skipped forward while raising both her hands above her head before swinging the whips down with all her might. The first agent backed away to keep himself out of the whip's range, but his eyes widened when he noticed the whips coming down at him were longer than before and he froze, the whips melting through his armor and sizzling the flesh beneath. As the whips weren't made from a physical substance, she could change the length at will. Anko moved closer and whipped him in the face, ending his life while burning the inside of his skull, and then turned away to kill the other one as well, ending his agonized existence. With all her enemies dead, Anko stood between the two dead bodies in silence. She heaved deep breaths despite the brunt of excessive adrenaline thrashing through her veins. She wanted to scream and let her bloodlust flow, but she needed to calm down to retain control over her instincts, so Anko took deep breaths and released the ninjutsu to bring herself back down. The battle high had its use, it allowed the body and mind to work in conjunction to work like a killing machine, but it erased everything else that didn't have to do with killing the enemy in front of her. She glanced at the two dead root agents, realizing she should have kept one of them alive to properly accomplish the mission. As she felt herself back in control, Anko remembered that Takuma and Riku were still fighting in the manor house and ran toward the building, but before she could enter, she saw something that made her feel as though someone dumped a bucket of ice-cold water over her. Whatever remains of the battle high still lingering in her veins died at the sight before her. Takuma rushed out of the building, holding a limp Riku in his arms. Even though his face was burnt and bloody, she could make out the absolute terror on his face as he rushed toward her and knew instantly that Riku was either dead or dying. A snake who knows area jutsu. Takuma yelled at her. Summon a snake who can heal her. Do it! Now! He was breathing erratically and had a crazed look in his eyes, his words devolved into something incomprehensible as he screamed and cried the order again. It was like looking into a pit of despair and felt his soul want of her saving Riku. It was overwhelming because he wasn't one to wear his emotions on his sleeve, so seeing him so animated and hysterical hit much harder. Anko didn't even notice she had already weaved through the hand seals for the summoning jutsu. She slammed her hand on the ground and felt her chakra levels sink as a bright orange snake big enough to swallow two of her emerged from the mist. The snake immediately hissed and bared his teeth at Anko as though deeply offended at being summoned by her. You dare summon me, girl? You better be able to pay immediately, or I'm going. 3 dead humans. Anko quickly pointed at the root agent corpses behind her. Heal her now, Kazan. The orange serpent's slitted eyes observed the corpses to check if she was lying, which made Anko feel irritated as one of her people was dying, and if she was feeling that, she knew how Takuma would be feeling. She looked at him and saw his bloodshot eyes glared holes into the back of Kazan's head. Takuma, go get the corpse from inside the house. Go, quickly, now. Anko said as she took Riku from him and pushed him back twice, and only then did he run into the house. She felt a chill as she glanced at Riku in her arms. She was cold, pale, and wet from her own blood that had colored her front in red. She had only just seen Riku enter the building completely fine, but she was now on the verge of death, and for a moment, she refused to believe it. She turned to her summoned snake and laid Riku's body before her. Kazan, now, she said as she pushed Riku's short hair sticking to her face to the side. All right, all right. The snake hissed softly as he coiled his massive trunk around Riku's body, completely covering her up. Anko fought down the instinct to pull Riku out, fearing that Kazan was crushing her, but then saw the familiar green glow of Iriajutsu exude out of his long body and held herself back. She was so restless that she couldn't even force herself to stand still and began pacing around. Her body physically began to reject the possibility of Riku's death by making her feel sick. She had lost teammates before and it wasn't something one got used to, it was one of the most terrible things any shinobi could go through. She grabbed her hair and squatted down as guilt seeped in. What if she hadn't taken the mission? Their team's primary mission was to weaken the forces inside the city. They prepared for it and pulled it off, but they hadn't prepared for taking out a root team, and now it was punishing them. It was her call as the leader to take the mission, and now Riku was paying the price for her decision. There was movement, and Anko turned to see Kazan releasing Riku from his grasp. What happened? Why did you stop? Anko asked with panic in her voice, though she already knew the answer. It was too late, said Kazan somberly. No, you have to save her. Anko stepped to him and pushed his body. You didn't even do anything. Come on, try seriously, Kazan. It's over, Anko, said Kazan, shaking his head. The lass is dead. A dull thud caught their attention, and they saw Takuma, covered in more blood, standing at a distance with a decapitated body lying at his feet as he held half an arm in his grip and a beheaded head tucked under his arm. He had an anguished shock on his face, but as he gazed at Riku, 100 emotions contorted his face before color drained from his face, the light vanished from his eyes, and soon a look of complete and utter loss settled over his face with silent tears streaked down his face. Anko felt the stifling expansion of grief in her chest as the fires consumed the manor gardens behind her. Thanks to Team 9's intel, the main forces were carrying out a successful raid beyond the manor walls, and they had gone above and beyond to give themselves one final mission, to apprehend at least one of the root agents Takuma encountered all those weeks ago. On paper, that mission was a resounding success. Not only had they captured a root agent, but they had succeeded in essentially eradicating the team. However, the price of that success was Riku's death. Her body lay limp and lifeless between Anko and Kazan. Takuma had crawled to her and now knelt beside her body, the blood from the beheaded corpse pooled and extended until it touched Riku. By all metrics, the mission was a success, but the devastation of Riku's death, the loss of yet another comrade, and the sheer sorrow and devastation on Takuma's face. Anko was under no illusion that a mission in hostile territory was one of the most dangerous things a shinobi could do, but after everything they'd been through, posing as courtesans, recruiting the city's criminals, collaborating with the city's rebellious elements, kidnapping a chunin, and as much as it happened without her authorization, killing a jonin and more chunin. After all of that, Riku dying at the final hurdle in a foreign land was a Pyrrhic victory in every sense. Chapter 265, Cost. Yu was in tatters from the two shinobi armies battling it out for control of the city. Black smoke rose from the southern section of the city, the epicenter of battles, blotting the sky. The sounds of explosions, metal against metal, and voices of victory, defeat, desperation, and aggression made up the backdrop of the invasion. Excess chakra saturated the environment from over a couple of hundred shinobi using and pumping out chakra. For civilians who didn't live in shinobi-dense areas like the hidden villages, they would feel the effect through the food and water tasting ever so slightly different, their skin would be more sensitive, and they would find it a bit more difficult to fall asleep at night among other side effects. In the conflict zone, there were spots of inactivity that all Jonin and most Chunin avoided. No one wanted to get caught between the two Jonin and die a meaningless death because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. One such spot of death was occupied by Ebi and Shirakumo fighting alongside on a long main street. The buildings on either side of the uprooted concrete street were in varying levels of damage, from huge chunks missing to shattered windows and stripped paint. Ebi's twin kunai shrieked and sparked against Shirakumo's thin katana as the blades clashed at blinding speeds. The two moved together as though performing an intricate fight choreography they had practiced thousands of times, but in reality, they were locked in a deadly battle of anticipating and countering each other's next two moves. The concrete under Ebi's feet cracked as he pushed Shirakumo away from him while leaping back. He released the two kunai in his hands to weave hand seals. He caught both kunai before they fell below his waist and charged forward. His feet glowed blue, and water splashed with every step as though it was running on water. Shirakumo loaded chakra into his sword and released a slanted wind blade. It was the one jutsu he could perform without hand seals. Kenjutsu, or any bukijutsu, were known for their low number of hand seals as they were simple in nature, and the weapons were often enhanced with fuinjutsu, which made them quicker to cast. It was an advantage when a shinobi could complete Bukijutsu seals before the enemy could complete his ninjutsu seals. Shirakumo understood that advantage and took it to another level, training his wind blade to the point where he no longer needed the hand seals and could release them instantly. The slanted wind blade ran through the road as it screeched toward Ebi, who dropped to his knees and slid under the cutter before skipping back to his feet. The two jonin clashed again, and Ebi swung his glowing foot at Shirakumo's head, who put his arm up to block. A huge wave of water erupted at the point of contact and hit Shirakumo with an intense force. He shot to the side like a cannonball and crashed through 3 buildings. Ebi didn't stop and kicked several more times, releasing massive flying waves of water after Shirakumo, and then took a few steps back before resting his hands on his knees and stared ahead. His battered body was sapping his stamina. He had taken one too many hits to his body and bones. The nearby sounds of battle reminded him that he had to end the fight quickly and go support his men. Ebi straightened up with a silent groan as Shirakumo walked out of the wreckage. The Leaf Jonin, dressed in steam colors, looked worse than before as he stabbed his katana into the sword and then weaved hand seals. Ebi followed suit and weaved hand seals for a defensive jutsu. He would bear whatever jutsu Shirakumo and then launch a final attack. His chakra began to rise several dozen feet up in the air, creating a wide and long pillar around him. It was a particularly heavy B-rank jutsu in terms of its chakra requirement, but it was his best defensive ninjutsu, and the cost was more than worth it. Opposite him, Shirakumo finished his hand seals with the snake hand seal, surprising Ebi as the snake seal was normally associated with the earth release, whereas Shirakumo was clearly a wind release user. He thought perhaps Shirakumo was going to use an earth ninjutsu and prepared for it as he completed his jutsu too. The ground didn't move, and instead, Ebi felt 2 opposing breezes brush his face before 2 ferocious surging tempest winds slammed toward him from either side, aiming to crush him in between. Before the tempest winds could touch him, the chakra around him turned into a pillar of water, completely encasing him within. The water was like an immovable wall that kept the killer winds out. However, Ebi felt the power of winds seeping through the water. The jutsu remained stable, but the pressure from both sides made it so that he physically couldn't move around and was being clamped in between. The sounds of screaming winds pierced through the water and announced their intentions of wanting to rip him apart. All of a sudden, the pressure from the winds partially lifted. Ebi felt the burden lessen and quickly thought about his next move when he heard a voice. "It's too early to relax." The water agitated by the winds blocked his vision, but he could see a glow of green through the bubbly and turbulent. While he couldn't see it properly, he could feel the dangerous presence of concentrated chakra a few meters away from him. The pressure had decreased because Shirakumo had moved on to his next attack. All other sounds were drowned as the sound of a wind blade, but several times louder. The sharpened wind hit the water pillar and ferociously tried to cut through the water defense. The wind blade was thrice as thick as the normal one and slowly cut through the water pillar, slowly carving it out. Ebi immediately understood that the water pillar was going to collapse, and he had to get out of its way. And that's when it hit him. He was trapped. The wind on either side constricted him from dodging to either side, creating a narrow corridor into which Shirakumo launched a greater wind blade. There was literally no place to dodge. He couldn't even move back as the wind would be faster than him. As the thought hit him, a second greater wind blade hit the first one from behind. The 2 wind blades merged, gaining greater power, and cleaved clean through the water pillar and went halfway through a building along the line. The water pillar collapsed and drenched the street, creating pockets of water in the gaps of the uprooted gravel. As water flowed, it drew blood along with itself. The red color stayed in the tiny streams without diluting away. Ebi was no longer standing but was all over the street. Blood stained the road, a part of his arm here, a toe there, a chunk of brain sitting in a small plate made from his skull. A jonin was dead. A drenched Shirakumo took in the scene and shook his head. He had overdone it. He closed his eyes and took a silent moment to pray for Ebi's soul, hoping that he would find peace and contentment in the afterlife. The moment of quiet was shattered when Shirakumo felt a heat wave sweep through him. Looking back, he saw trails of orange flame rising up the buildings on several streets. He raised his hands as waves over waves of heat spread out, bringing the tropical to the cool city. He immediately knew it was Torade's doing. Shirakumo listened to the sounds of battle. They had quietened down since the start, as they should have. The battle to recapture you was coming to an end. It had nearly been 2 hours since Daiki and Kamiko returned to the factory base with the root agent, who they had drowned him in drugs to keep him down. Iori wasn't with them to paint prisoner seals. She hid near the city walls with a radio to be as close as she could be to the main forces on their arrival. Takuma had taught her the basics, and putting her close to the wall eliminated range-related communication. Even though their job was done, they hadn't been able to calm themselves. Their nerves were just as taut as they were during combat. Kamiko couldn't sit still and was pacing around the unconscious root agent while Daiki had permanently positioned near the factory's entrance so he could see the others arrive a few seconds earlier. They should be here by now. Daiki yelled from the entrance. Kamiko didn't reply and continued to pace in a line with her head down as she stared at the floor. She kept telling herself that the three of them had left the manor house and were hiding somewhere in the house to avoid getting caught in the conflict inside the city. Nothing helped, and the miserable possibility that something had happened. Kamiko, I think we should go check. She stopped. The idea sounded good. Why suffer while doing nothing when they could just go have a look? Perhaps their team needed them, and they could be of much needed help. She was about to respond but closed her mouth as she gazed at the root agent. Even though he was drugged to his nips with no chance of waking up, the slight possibility of otherwise couldn't be subtracted. The mission's objective was to capture a root agent, and if the agent somehow escaped while they were away, everything would be ruined. She sighed, knowing that they couldn't leave, and was about to respond when Daiki yelled again, louder than before. They are here! Kamiko, they are here! Kamiko! His words imbibed a new energy in her, and she rushed across the dusty factory to greet them. Her heart beat faster as she could finally put her fears to rest. She was about to reach the gates when she heard Daiki's voice. No, 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 no. No! Even before she could see, his tone made her heart sink. She stepped out into the back alley behind the factory they used as entrance and found her heart drop as she saw a body in Anko's arms. It was covered in what looked to be the curtains from the manor house. Her world shattered when she saw Takuma standing beside Anko. He looked like he would fall over any second and had no color on his face and no light in his eyes, but Kamiko didn't see any of that because if the two of them were alive, then she knew who was inside the curtain. Kamiko felt as though someone had pumped thick sludge into her heart and body as a weight settled into her body. Her legs gave out, and she squatted with her body curling into itself. Her fingers slipped into her hair as she grabbed her head. The scene of Riku running back to the manor house replayed in her head over and over again, and all she could think that she could have prevented, but she didn't, and it was all her fault. I should have stopped her, she moaned in pain as guilt and anguish flooded her mind and body. The memories of the girl she had spent just a few months short of a year spun chaos in her mind. The time they had spent together, all the times they had laughed and fought, the long silences where they were content to sit together without a hint of awkwardness, everything that she should have cherished more because she would never get to experience them with Riku. As the cheers of victory spread through the city, for members of Anko's team stood in the abandoned, dreary alleyway coming to terms with the fact that their occupation, regardless of how much power it brought them, was cruel, cold, and merciless. It made them question if any of it was worth it. Chapter 266, Scars. 3 of 5 Jonin stationed in the city lost their lives during the battle for you, and, after the death of the second Jonin, the Frost Cloud forces began fleeing from the city. The Steam Leaf didn't give them chase outside the city, and those who chose to flee were allowed to leave with their lives. The battle officially ended when the horns of victory blared, and the Steam Leaf Jonin announced the death of 3 enemy Jonin loudly enough for the entire city to hear. But there was more work to be done. To ensure that you was truly free, the shinobi had to comb through every room in every building on every single street to ensure that there were no enemy shinobi ready to ambush them when their guard was down. It was a tedious process with all the shinobi capable of walking ordered to search the city for hidden enemies. Thankfully, The two sensory nin from Camp Banana made the task slightly easier. Iori sat on a bench inside the command center tent with a kunai in her hand. She had unknowingly carved 3 grooves in the bench's armrest in her worry for her team. It had been 12 hours since the battle was declared over and her team still hadn't arrived. It was prearranged that the rest of the team would not leave the base until someone from the main force came to fetch them. Iori immediately supplied the location of the factory base to the appropriate people and waited for them to return with her team, but 9 newsless hours had passed. It seemed that, in the chaos of the battle aftermath, the command had yet to send someone to fetch her team. Iori had offered to go fetch them herself, but the suggestion was rejected. The team had brought 1 radio with them to you, which was given to Iori so she could communicate with the main forces, but it also meant that there was no way to communicate with her team. Her ration pack sat beside her on the bench, the food long gone cold. Despite the long day and her physical exhaustion, her appetite had been destroyed by nerves. She could only find solace in the fact that her team had not come out on their own, meaning they were still alive. Right? Jin and Iori, you have been summoned. A Jinin finally came with the news she had been waiting for. Your team has arrived. Iori was on her feet as if she'd been summoned to battle and followed the Jinin through the temporary camp. The sky was on the verge of night. She looked at the Jinin guiding her and wanted to push him in the back so he would walk faster, but contained herself. They arrived at another tent, and Iori was about to enter when the Jinin said, "I'm sorry for your loss." Iori froze with her hand clutching the tent flap. She looked at him with dread filling her from head to toe and ripped the tent flap open. She saw Anko, Daiki, and Kamiko standing in the back of the tent with Toradesu. Her legs shook as she walked toward them and she was hit by a wave of weakness when she saw Riku's body lying on the ground, covered with a white sheet up to her neck. She couldn't look anymore and turned her back. Tears began to fall uncontrollably, and even covering her mouth with her hand couldn't silence her sobs. She was the only one away from the team when they went after the root agents. The reason she was given the communication duty was that she was the weakest among the group and would have been a liability. She was sent away for not being strong enough to help. If she had been stronger, Riku would have been alive. As she reeled from shock, she was hit by another thought and hastily turned with widened eyes. Only Anko, Daiki, and Kamiko were there. Takuma? Where is he? She looked down at the other bodies, who were all completely covered and locked onto the body beside Riku, who was the same height as Takuma. Her heartache worsened, and she felt faint as she bent down to uncover the face when Anko pulled her up and hugged her. It's not him. He's alive, he's not in danger. The Irionin are with him, he lost a lot of blood, he'll be fine. Relief with Takuma mixed with grief towards Riku to the point where Iori couldn't take it anymore. She crumpled into Anko's embrace, who held her tight, and wailed without any regard. Takuma stared at himself in the mirror inside the medical ward. He had no color on his face, the injuries and loss of blood had left him weak. It wasn't a new feeling, he had felt worse and weaker before. He touched the thin scar on the edge of his lips. It was his newest and most prominent scar, the first one on his face. He looked down at his right palm covered in bandages. Beneath those bandages were 2 bigger, grislier scars on both sides of his hands left from having a sword go clean through his palm. The Irionin said he was lucky he didn't break any bones in his hand. Maybe it would have been better if he broke his hand because physical pain was better, temporary, compared to the constant pain in his chest. Takuma combed his hair with his arm, which was covered in a soft cast from below the elbow because of the hairline fractures he had suffered from overloading his chakra augmentation. Styling his hair made no difference, he looked just as miserable as before. He didn't want to leave his bed but forced himself to do so anyway because lying made him feel like he was drowning. Are you ready? Takuma turned to see Iori standing at the door of his shared room with 4 other injured shinobi. She was dressed in all black like him and had a food tray in her hands. At first glance, Iori looked as usual, but he couldn't find a hint of the small smile she always had. He had spent a whole day unconscious because of his injuries, and when he was awake, he wallowed in misery on his bed with no thought about how others were processing and greeting Riku's death. Yes, "Let's go," he replied, setting down his comb. He looked at himself in the mirror one last time and decided that it was a waste of time. "Eat first." She walked to his bed and put the tray down. Takuma gazed at the plate of fruits and porridge. He had no appetite but understood that nutrients were necessary for his recovery, so he forced the meal down. He also didn't want to say no to Iori. He couldn't taste anything, the porridge was already bland, but he couldn't even taste the sweetness from the fruits. "How are you feeling?" he asked as they walked together to their destination. "Terrible, awful, I don't know," Iori said, turning her face away from him. "I couldn't sleep last night. I just wanted to run away from here," she scoffed, like that would do anything. Takuma had been fortunate enough to be unconscious from his injuries. A part of him still wanted to be unconscious so he wouldn't have to completely accept the truth that she was gone, but he knew that he would regret it forever if he didn't participate. The two arrived at the tent being used as the morgue and found the rest of the team waiting for them. They were also dressed in black, which intensified their dark expressions of sorrow, grief, anger, and pain. Every hidden leaf shinobi in the city was gathered there, all dressed in black. "How's your body?" Anko asked. Takuma shrugged. His entire body hurt, whatever the Irionin gave him wasn't working, but he was grateful for it. The physical pain helped to dull the pain in his chest. "Let's go then," she said. The inside of the tent was filled with the bodies of the shinobi who had died in battle. The tent itself was managed by the Hidden Leaf and only held the corpses of Hidden Leaf shinobi. The Hidden Steam had their own morgue. When a shinobi died on the field, and their bodies couldn't be transported back home, they were given the shinobi's funeral, which was always cremation. Takuma gazed at the bodies of the dead. Just like all those months ago in the Gojiro gold mines, he didn't feel much about the death of people who were on the same side as him, his comrades. Death was part of the job. Those ready to kill were always prepared to be killed, and while he appreciated their sacrifice, he wouldn't lose any sleep over their deaths. That way of thinking was cold, jaded, cruel, and perhaps even inhumane, but that didn't change the fact that their deaths didn't make him feel anything. They were just strangers who had died doing their jobs. But then he laid eyes on Riku and felt that someone had stabbed him in the heart. She was a shinobi, just like everyone else, but her death was the only thing that mattered in this tent of corpses. It confused him. Was he supposed to pat himself on the back because feeling anything about her death was proof that he was still somewhat of a normal human? A deep sense of self-loathing bubbled inside of him, a harsh hatred toward himself, of how much of a piece of shit he was to make her death about himself. He had once thought that he had improved as a person in his new life, he was more competent, he had matured and was better equipped to handle life. He believed that he was a better person. That was an utter falsity. His past self was better and would most definitely reject the person he was becoming. Takuma curled his lip. His body felt like it was withering from the inside. Riku was laid on a wooden platform bed for transportation to the cremation. Team 9 acted as pallbearers and picked her up. Anko tried to talk Takuma out of it because of his injuries, but he refused to listen and put his shoulder underneath the wooden plank with the rest of the team. The funeral site was the same for both Leaf and Steam Shinobi. The funeral pyres were already prepared beforehand, and hundreds of shinobi were already there to bid farewell to their dead comrades. The atmosphere was dull and grim as the team set down Riku on a pyre chosen by Kamiko, who rejected 3 other pyres that she didn't like, wanting the best for Riku. "Say your last words," Anko said to the team. Starting with her, the team went to Riku's side one at a time and whispered their last words to her. Everyone shed tears, smiled, frowned, and grew angry as they said their final goodbyes to her. When it was Takuma's turn, he knelt beside the pyre and whispered into Riku's ear. "I don't know what to say to you. I don't want to die, but I know it should have been me and not you. It was a mistake to go after him like I did. It was perhaps my biggest mistake, and I'll never be able to make it up to you. You were my best sparring partner, you fought hard even in practice, which I appreciated. You were blunt and sometimes rude, but I loved that straightforward personality of yours. It was so easy to talk to you and I'll miss that dearly." Takuma paused as he felt something catch in his throat. He cleared his throat and rubbed the corner of his eye to gather himself before continuing. The bastard ended up escaping, but I managed to take one of his arms. I hope you'll be satisfied with that for now. I'll catch him one day and kill him, I promise you that. If I don't accomplish anything else in this life, I promise you that the bastard will die. I don't care what I have to do, but one day, I'm going to find him, I'll kill him, and I'll make it hurt. So you rest in peace, and I'll send him up so that you can beat the shit out of him yourself. Takuma leaned down to kiss her on her forehead. As he rose from her body, he noticed a glistening bead sliding down the bridge of her nose and realized he had unknowingly shed tears. He wiped the tear off her face and gazed at her resting body for a moment longer, swallowing hard. Goodbye, Riku. Chapter 267, Funeral. Team 9 waited until all the pyres were extinguished before deciding to leave the funeral site. Takuma stared at the smoke in the sky and wondered about this world's afterlife. He vaguely remembered that there was a definite afterlife, but its specifics evaded him. He prayed it was peaceful so that Riku would be comfortable and happy wherever she was. All right, let's go and get drunk, Anko said as she wrapped her hand around Kamiko's shoulder. You guys go ahead, Takuma said to the team. I'm going to see Motohiro. Motohiro's group had been captured and tortured because of their connection to him. He had received the news about their release and subsequent medical treatment for their injuries after the siege. The least he could do was to go check on them and see how they were doing since he was partially responsible for what happened to them. I'll come with you if you don't mind, said Daiki. Will you? Sure, that'd be great. Then let's go meet them as a team and then go drink at the end, said Anko. Yeah, let's do that, Takuma nodded with a small smile. As the team walked away from the funeral site, Daiki started speaking. You know, Riku had me maintain my gear every other week. Even if I hadn't used anything, she forced me to do it anyway. She made me clean the pouches, rewrap the handles of the kunai, check all the tags for tears, inspect every inch of the rope for any faults, the works, Daiki said as he remembered the memories with a smile. She said it was about creating a habit, that once I got used to doing it, it would become easier until I would get uncomfortable if I didn't do it, and that's what happened. By the end of his smile, he had a hint of sadness in it. Takuma silently chuckled as he recalled his first meeting with Riku. He thought she was needlessly picking up a fight with him as part of some kind of hazing ritual. In truth, she wanted to know him better and decided that a blunt challenge to spar would be the best way to do it. In hindsight, it was probably the best way she could get to know him. There was a lot to discover about a person and their fighting style. She could have done a better job communicating her intentions, but then it wouldn't have been Riku. Takuma started to smile as he recounted the story of their first meeting. The first time I met her was... He suddenly stopped walking, confusing the rest of the team. They looked at him to see that he was looking at something, and when they followed his line of sight, they found Gaku talking with some steam shinobi. Takuma, no. Takuma, leave it. Anko said immediately when she saw the hint of a smile that had just come on Takuma's face slip away and slowly be replaced with a look of mean-eyed rage. Takuma didn't hear Anko and began walking briskly toward Gaku. His breath harshened with every step toward Gaku as he felt a head of steam build up. The sight of Gaku smiling and laughing with the steam shinobi made him grit his teeth and walk faster. Anko rushed to him and put her hand on his shoulder to stop him, but Takuma harshly shrugged her off and continued onward faster than before. Gaku had his back to Takuma and turned around when the people he was conversing with pointed behind him. Takuma charged his arm and fist with chakra, and the moment Gaku turned, he drilled his fist square into his face. Gaku flew meters in the air, tumbling a few meters away after colliding against the ground. Fuck! You! Takuma yelled through the pain as he clutched his hand close to his body, having reopened the large wound in his hand. You fucking coward, traitorous piece of shit. Hey, what the fuck are you doing? One of the steam shinobi pushed Takuma hard enough that he almost stumbled to the ground. Hey, don't touch him. Anko ran forward and pushed the steam shinobi back. Keep your fucking hands off of him. Oh yeah, what are you going to do about it, huh? Anko scoffed and stepped close to the steam shinobi, and snarled. I can do a whole lot worse than you can even imagine, buddy. You don't want what I have. The leaf and steam shinobi around them heard the commotion and shouting and began to gather. In an instant, the ruckus grew into a full-on confrontation between the two shinobi groups who were ready to fight each other. All of them were emotionally charged after the funeral, and the spark created by Takuma exploded into a forest wildfire. Takuma didn't register what the others were doing and had his attention locked in on Gaku, who got up on shaky footing and spat out a couple of teeth with blood. He looked up at Takuma with a heavy frown as he wiped the blood on his lips. What are you looking at, bitch? You want to fight? Takuma screamed at him with liquid fury. You don't want to fight a real shinobi. I don't fight below my level, so go fight civilian women and children, that'd be more your style. You think you're a real shinobi, little boy? Gaku said as he walked toward him. Oh, I'm a real shinobi. Takuma laughed as if it was the joke of the century. You're not a shinobi, you're a pimp. Letting the civilian woman do all the work, and when it came time to do something, you fucking ran with that impotent noodle between your legs. You're not even a real man, you fuck. What kind of man hides when it's time to free his city from the enemy? Fucking traitor, said Takuma before spitting on the ground. Shut your mouth before I break your jaw, Gaku snarled. I'll cut out your tongue so I don't have to hear that god-awful, ugly voice of yours. I hope you choke on your cigarettes. Takuma shouted, and a kunai slipped into his hand before he dashed toward Gaku but was immediately pulled back and off the ground by Daiki, who grabbed him by the underarms. Fucking let me go. She would have been alive if not for that bastard. Let me go! He even tried to throw the kunai, but Daiki had his arms locked down. Yeah, you better hold him, Gaku yelled back. Come get me, traitor. I can take you like this, you pussy. Takuma challenged even as he was being restrained by Daiki. Tension between the two sides continued to rise, and it got right to the tipping point before a full-on group brawl broke out. The words being exchanged were becoming increasingly heated, and the level-headed people who tried to calm things down were drowned out by the words thrown by both sides. And then it happened. Someone hit someone who hit back, and that spurred a chain reaction with more and more fights breaking out between emotionally charged shinobi. But before it could truly get out of hand, a chakra-laced voice ripped through the brawling group, forcing them to a screeching halt. Enough. Those who needed more than words felt a faint strain of bloody, murderous intent brush against them. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked to the source to find Toradesu and esteemed Jonin glaring at the two groups with anger and disappointment. At a funeral? Takuma stood there with all the leaf shinobi involved in the near all-out brawl with his head bowed as he listened to Toradesu, who was uncharacteristically angry. He was snarky, unreasonable, and overbearing, but he was almost never angry. That emotion seemed to be below him. You fight like drunkards in a bar brawl, at a funeral? Toradesu sneered with anger. Do you have no respect for the dead? They gave their life, and you mock them by acting like hooligans? Why did you even come to the funeral if you were going to act like this? Of course, no one came to the funeral to start a fight, but that was by no means proper to say in the moment. They could only stay silent and listen to their Jonin in command berate them like they were idiot children. Shirakumo was also present, but he stood behind Toradesu and hadn't spoken a word, which was worse in many ways. Toradesu turned to Takuma with a furious look, but his expression softened for a moment as he sighed. He shook his head and addressed the group, but Takuma felt that he was speaking specifically to him. I know all of you are raw and emotional after the losses, but you are shinobi. Grow up and learn to face your emotions like adults, Toradesu said sternly before walking away as though utterly disappointed with them. Just when everyone thought it was over and relaxed their postures, Shirakumo stepped forward and said his part, which made everyone want to groan. Everyone here will put in 2 extra shifts with the cleanup and construction crew. And I agree with Jonin Toradesu, you're all responsible adults. Fighting at a funeral was disgraceful, and you need to reflect on your behavior. Dismissed. Everyone waited until both Jonin were well out of earshot before relaxing as a wave of groaning and annoyed whispers spread out. The general reception of the incident was while what they did was indeed disrespectful to the dead, they didn't regret it. It shouldn't have happened, but if I see my teammate in a fight, I'm going to back them, Anko said with her arms crossed. She sighed and patted Takuma on his shoulder. Postpone that meeting with Motohiro's lot. I need that drink now. Takuma nodded. His mood was in the shitter, and even though he didn't drink, he could go for a smoke. Fortunately, his emergency stash was unopened. Takuma knocked on the door of a personal room in the city hospital. Inside, sitting on a bed, was a badly injured, fully bandaged Motohiro. Half of his face was bandaged and stained with yellow medicine, one of his eyes was completely covered with gauze, and there was an ugly cut on his swollen lips. His interrogators had done a number on him. Come in, said Motohiro when he saw Takuma and tried to sit up straighter, causing his face to twist in pain. Relax, you don't need to sit up, said Takuma as he walked inside. He was alone and had come without the team, even though they had offered to come with him the day before. How are you? As you can see, Motohiro said weakly after falling back down onto his pillow. Take a seat. Family? Asked Takuma as he pulled out a stool from beneath the bed. Another room. The steam shinobi had picked up everyone remotely related to Motohiro to interrogate. I see. Sorry, I came empty-handed. A hint of a smile cracked Motohiro's face before it went away quickly as his expression creased from the pain. There was a silent pause in the room as the two men stared at each other. They were two very different people, their lives drastically far apart from each other, but for the past couple of months, they had been working towards the same goal of freeing the city from its oppressors. For one, it was getting his home back and the life he and others had before. For the other, it was simply a mission as part of his job. But they both had suffered, sacrificed, and lost to achieve their goal, and that's what they had in common. Hey! Listen! Both of them spoke at the same time and stopped to give the other the chance to speak. You go first, said Motohiro. Takuma nodded and took a moment to compile his thoughts. He wet his lips before starting. I'm sorry. You, your family, your friends, your employees, they all suffered terrible things because of me. I can't help but feel terrible about what all of you had to go through. Civilians shouldn't be involved in fights between shinobi. The memory of the sound of an explosion ripping through the banquet hall echoed in his mind. And you ended up getting dragged into a situation you shouldn't have been in. For that, I apologize from the bottom of my heart. Takuma got up and bowed deeply to Motohiro, staying in this position until Motohiro asked him to stand up. Thank you, Motohiro said with a smile. Takuma was taken aback. It had been 3 days since the battle had ended, and even though Takuma had been a big contributor in saving the city, it was the first time Takuma had been thanked. He and the team had been praised by Toradesu for completing the mission. He had been heavily reprimanded by Shirakumo for what he did at the banquet to take out the Jonin, but he hadn't been thanked for anything yet. You saved my home. Motohiro continued, you saved my children's future. I don't know what environment they would have grown up in if the city was still under the enemy's control. You made sure that my children, all of you's children, would grow up in a free place where they could be anything they wanted without any fear. You shed sweat and blood for a place that's not even in your country. I can't see myself doing that. I'm a shinobi for hire. It's my job, said Takuma. I don't care. Motohiro coughed a little. You work very hard. I don't know very many people who would work this hard for a mere job. So, I will say it again on behalf of my children, my family, and the city of you, thank you for saving us all. Takuma clenched his uninjured fist as goosebumps rose up on his body. He didn't recognize what he was feeling, but it filled him to an almost uncomfortable level and he was deeply disturbed by it. He knew why he worked so hard on the mission, and it wasn't because he cared about the people of you. He worked hard to further his career, but seeing the man who had been dangerously running a rebellious group under the remorseless rule of shinobi while taking care of so many needful people, seeing that man thanking him felt wrong. He didn't deserve the gratitude. But he couldn't say any of that when he saw the sincerity in Motohiro's eyes. Takuma stood up straighter and once again bowed deeply to Motohiro, a man who was a far better human being than he could ever be. Chapter 268, Murderous Intent. Motohiro wasn't the only stop on Takuma's itinerary. He mulled over the decision to visit the Kumi family's estate until the very last moment because he was under no illusion that he would receive a warm, much less a civil welcome after he had murdered Giant in cold blood. In anger, he'd left behind a gruesome scene that he regretted, and the purpose for his visit was to face what he had done. He had to do it alone, so Takuma chose not to bring his team along despite their offer. The front gates of the estate were guarded by a single man sitting on a stool. He stood up when he saw Takuma approach, who was covered in bandages and had a soft cast on his arm. "What do you want?" asked the guard. The guard didn't recognize him. Even though he had been at the estate previously, not everyone had seen his face. "I'm here to meet your leader, Hashiguro," Takuma said calmly. "Yeah, don't waste my time, kid. If you want to fuck around, do it somewhere else. No one's in the mood for your bullshit. Inform him that Takuma, the hidden leaf shinobi, is here to meet him." Takuma looked at the guard and saw a deep fear appear in his eyes. He subconsciously backed away and knocked over the wooden stool he was sitting on, startling himself in the process. I relay the message. "I'll accept whatever response he gives," Takuma said slowly so as not to startle the guard further. "Go on now, quickly." The guard slowly approached the door, all the time facing Takuma. He didn't want to turn his back to him for fear that he would die if he turned his back and sprinted the moment he was across the small door in the larger gates. Takuma sighed and picked up the fallen stool to sit on as he waited for someone to come and see him. They made him wait an entire 5 minutes before the Kumi lieutenants came to fetch him. He didn't mind the time as he understood they would be apprehensive about inviting Giant's killer inside. The lieutenant didn't look scared, but Takuma could see that his entire body was tense as he walked beside him. Just like the guard, the lieutenant didn't want his back facing him. The walk from the front gate to the destination was silent. The lieutenant was stiff in fear. Usually, Takuma would have inquired about Hashiguro's health to get a feel for the meeting about to happen, but he didn't feel like doing that and stayed quiet. The lieutenant asked him to wait outside when they arrived at a room before stepping inside and closing the sliding door behind him. It didn't do anything as Takuma's trained ears picked up the conversation inside. He picked up at least 3 people and heard the faint sound of the rustling of bed covers that told him Hashiguro was inside. He gathered his thoughts about what he would say to the man while he waited for the lieutenants to call him in. 4 Kumi lieutenants were present in the room. 2 stood next to opposite walls, while the other 2 stood in front of a translucent screen backlit with some sort of light source casting the shadow of a man lying down on a futon. Takuma hid a bitter smile. Hashiguro couldn't be clearer that he wasn't welcome in his house. There was a singular cushion placed a distance in front of the screen, and Takuma sat on it, tucking his knees below his body. The lieutenants were weak enough that it was fine to put himself at a disadvantage by sitting down even when he was injured. Takuma opened his mouth to ask about Hashiguro's health, but the words died on the tip of his tongue. His heart began to race as he was hit by the realization of him with full force that he was sitting before the father of the son he had murdered. Regardless of Giant's decision, which led to his demise, a parent's love for their children wasn't something that could be erased or forgotten so easily. He felt his lips dry up, and the things he had decided to say all evaporated. Nothing he could think of was the right thing to say. He had no idea what to say to a grieving father when he was the one to cause that suffering. "I'm sorry for your loss." The words escaped his mouth as the silence in the room made him hurry up. He didn't regret killing Giant, not one bit. It was justified after he was betrayed twice, and the second time directly caused Motohiro and other brave people to suffer under torture because of Giant's greed. He wanted to give out justifications but knew it would only anger the people in the room. "I remember telling you," Hashiguro spoke from behind the screen, his lying silhouette shifting slightly, "that when bigger nations like yours wage war, smaller nations like mine are forced to serve as battlefields, and the moment you was captured, it was destined to be a battlefield. It came true, didn't it? My city was turned into grounds of battle, and I lost my son, my only child, in that battle. I lost my legacy, my heir, and I can't do anything to take revenge against his killer as he sits before me." His voice was weak because of his frail condition, but it couldn't stifle the intense emotion in his words. Takuma bowed his head, unable to say anything in response. "He made a mistake, and you killed him for it," Hashiguro continued, his voice growing hoarse, "and the people I call my family hid the news from me for 2 days because they were worried about my health because I was weak. I did not know that my son was dead for 2 whole days because no one told me, not one person, and I wasn't able to get off this damnable bed to find it out on my own." Takuma turned to glance at the lieutenants as they bowed their heads in shame. It seemed there was a lot more going on than with the Kumi family. Alas, it wasn't something he was going to get involved in. "I don't know why you came here, Shinobi," said Hashiguro, unwilling to even call Takuma by his name. "I don't know why I invited you in. Perhaps I was afraid that you'd kill more of those I love if I denied you, or perhaps it was because I wished to scream in your face. Unfortunately, I don't have the energy to even raise my voice." The words hurt Takuma. He was a killer, there was no denying it, but a mindless killer he was not. Hashiguro's words implied that he would kill if he was slightly displeased. His image in the old man's eyes had plummeted to an abominable demon. It felt unfair because the man he had killed caused so much harm to the resistance trying to save the city, and now he was being made to feel guilty about it. Takuma indeed felt bad about it because of his relationship with Hashiguro and not because he had killed a good man. It was difficult to empathize when he wanted to defend himself, but he held it in because there was no value to it. "Leave," Hashiguro said, and his shadow indicated that he had turned his back to Takuma. "Your presence itself is poison to my heart. In return for killing my son, do my family and I a favor by never again approaching us." Those were the last words Hashiguro spoke. He remained silent from then onwards. Takuma felt awkward, uncomfortable, and ever so slightly offended after having such words directed at him. He had been cursed at plenty by the fighters he fought in the ring, the spectators who bet for and against him. He had been called a demon by the people he had caught and prosecuted in his time in the narcotics task force, but this was the first time he had faced such cold resentment. "I've kept my promise," Takuma said as he stared at the shadow behind the screen. "I've talked to the Hidden Steam Shinobi, and they'll punish the Goharu family for their role in supporting the enemy. The Goharu family will be dismantled and cease to exist in a few days, leaving the Kumi family unopposed in the city. The Kumi won't be blamed for the family's brief relationship with the enemy and will be left untouched." When he had first approached the Kumi family, they had helped after extracting a promise that he would get rid of their opposition, the Goharu family. He didn't have to even do anything as the days were numbered for the Goharu family in case the city was recovered, which happened. In truth, Takuma wanted to get rid of the chakra-enabled members of the Goharu family on his own, but after the banquet hall explosion incident, he knew he couldn't do that. He was an outsider and lacked the power to punish the people of you. The lieutenants all showed a relieved response when Takuma mentioned that they wouldn't be blamed for Giant's actions. He also noticed that none of them had shown any negative reaction to his killing Giant. Their reactions were mostly fear stemming from caring for their own lives that he could end in a snap. From the looks of it, Hashiguro was the only one harboring deep resentment against him, even though it was he who started all of it by pitting Takuma against Giant to teach the latter a lesson, but it only served to wound Giant's ego. Takuma could have used that point in his defense, but he didn't have the heart to rub it in the greeting man's face. There was nothing more to be said, so he stood to leave but stopped at the sliding door and turned back one last time to address the wise old man who hated him more than anyone else in the world. "I'm sorry for your loss," he repeated. He didn't say "I'm sorry" because that would mean admitting wrongdoing. Instead, he simply offered his condolences. He didn't receive any response. Takuma walked toward the estate gates, with the lieutenant who had escorted him following him a step behind. He heard a commotion and turned to see a woman he recognized as Giant's wife running toward him with a crazed, furious look on her face. Her hair and clothes were in disarray and her pale face was marred with tear trails. "You demon! You took a father away from his children. Because of you, they'll grow up without their father," she yelled with poisonous hatred in her voice. The lieutenant ran toward her and grabbed her to stop her before she was anywhere near Takuma. Go, said the lieutenant, please. Takuma stared at the woman spewing hatred at him for a moment before turning away and disappearing from the estate using the body flicker jutsu. He appeared outside the estate and looked at the bright and blue sky with a deep sigh as he contemplated the white swords. He remembered his spiteful words to Giant about his children when he had killed him and wished he hadn't said it. He shook his head. It didn't matter anymore. His relationship with the Kumi family was over, and he would no longer have anything to do with them. It was better for him to put the experience out of his mind and leave them behind. However, contrary to Takuma's belief, that connection would be kept alive by a pair of twins through their hatred for the man who killed their father. And through his actions, a cycle of hatred had been born. Takuma returned to the camp after roaming around the city for a while to clear his mind from the two emotionally charged conversations he had. When he entered the room he was sharing with others, he found Kimiko waiting for him by his bed. "Where were you?" she asked with her arms crossed. Takuma sighed. "I went to meet Motohiro and the Kumi family. I left a note," he said, pointing at the piece of paper sitting on the pillow. "Yeah, which said nothing except that you were going out and would return in a while. That literally tells me nothing." "I've been waiting for you for an hour," Kimiko said, rolling her eyes before her tone softened. "How was it?" "Meeting them." Takuma simply shook his head. Kimiko pursed lips and nodded in return, and he was appreciative of her not pushing him to elaborate. "Why were you waiting?" asked Takuma as he sat down on his bed with a huff and pain. "The ANB Union want to meet you," said Kimiko, quieter than usual. Takuma, who was about to kick his boots off, stopped and looked up at Kimiko, who looked restless. A duo of ANB Union had arrived with the main forces and had participated in the battle. After the battle was over, they took custody of the captured root agent. The team hadn't seen them or heard from them since then. They weren't aware of their location, and if not for Toradesu telling them that the ANBU duo was still in the city, they would have assumed that they had long left. What do they want? They want to ask questions. Everyone has already met with them, you're the only one left. Takuma looked at his feet. He was physically injured, and the day had already drained him mentally. A part of him didn't want anything to do with the ANBU and Root. Unfortunately, a bigger part of him was interested in meeting with the ANBU duo. He had seen, felt, something during his fight against the Root team that would have taken over his life if not for Riku's death. He didn't think he would get any answers from the ANBU duo, but he figured it was the best starting point if he wanted to know what those memories were about. If they wanted to question him, they would have to answer some questions of his own. Chapter 269, Politics. The meetings with the ANB Union were held in a tent inside the temporary base built by the main forces. The rest of the team had already completed their interviews with the ANBU duo in the time Takuma was out. According to Kimiko, they questioned them about their time infiltrating the city, their contact with and discovery of the Root team, and details about their raid to capture the Root agent. "What's the mood?" Takuma asked Kimiko as they walked to the location. "Stressful," Kimiko pursed her lips. "Oh? Are they hounding?" Takuma asked with a frown. He needed to decide if he was in a mood to cooperate, and if they were rude to his team, they would find him difficult to talk to. "No, nothing like that. They were relatively civil." Sure, some questions were rude and felt judgmental, but there was nothing antagonistic about the meeting. It's just that the way they conducted it all made it feel more like an interrogation rather than a voluntary sit-down, and the fact that they're from the ANBU department made me nervous. Takuma hummed, wondering if it was a tactic. Interrogators could go two routes: establish a positive rapport with the subject so they would feel comfortable sharing information, or at least get comfortable enough that they would let something slip, information they otherwise wouldn't have volunteered, and the other route was to put pressure on the subject so that they fess up information willingly to relieve themselves from any suspicion of wrongdoing. "Masks?" he asked. "Masks," she nodded. The tent was at the edge of the base. Few people were nearby because it was in the opposite direction of the city and near the personal tents of the Jonin, which were generally avoided. It was an ideal position for working without disturbance. "Do you want me to come with you?" asked Kamiko. The ANB Union had no authority over them and thus couldn't order them around. The meeting itself was a voluntary commitment. She could come in with Takuma, and they couldn't kick her out if they wanted to question him. "I'll be fine." "Thank you," said Takuma. "Okay. I'll see you later." Takuma saw her off and entered the tent to find a man and woman with masks talking to each other. They stopped speaking when he pulled the tent flap and looked at him. They were sitting on either side of a table, and the man sitting in front got up and greeted him. "Jin and Takuma, you're finally here. We have been waiting for you." The male ANB Union didn't have silver hair and was too tall to be a 14-year-old, which meant he was neither Kakashi nor Itachi, and Takuma was disappointed because he had dirt on those two he could use during the conversation to get his way. The female ANB Union was a brunette with flat, straight hair passing a little below the shoulders, making her a complete mystery. He could only recall one female ANB Union whose name would eluded him even if someone dangled him off a balcony. "I see, so let's make this quick," said Takuma. "Are you busy?" asked the woman. "Not at all," said Takuma as he sat down with a wince. "I'm just not in the mood to talk." "Ah yes, your teammate." "Our condolences," she said. Takuma nodded. "I hear that you've been asking the team questions about our mission." "Just some due diligence," said the man as he sat beside his partner behind the table. "I don't believe I will have different answers from my teammates," said Takuma. "Neither do we," said the man as he opened a notepad, "but we think you'll have more answers. Chunin Mitarashi tells us that you operated mostly independently for the duration of this mission. Your experience differs from your team's. Thus, you'll be able to give us additional insight into why a root team was here in the Land of Hot Waters. The Hidden Frost hired them to aid in gaining control over the city and eventually converted over their side, thus permanently altering the two nations' shared border," Takuma answered. "From what I understand, the Root as a group followed Shimura Danzo after he was declared a rogue and excommunicated from the village. It's obvious that they're now operating as an independent mercenary organization to sustain themselves now that they don't have the village's support." The two ANB Union stared at him. Their masks hid their faces, and their body language didn't betray anything. However, the momentary silence in the tent signified that they didn't think Takuma knew that much. Not much was known about Root to the general public. They were considered true secrets in the world of shinobi. Even after the debacle, the administration just couldn't drop their pants to let everyone see their dirty underwear. Root was disclosed as a small group of shinobi under Danzo's leadership, but the truth was that they were big. Takuma didn't know how big they were, but he suspected they were smaller than the ANBU department but still comparable to their size. The intel packet the team had received after their initial report didn't say much about Root and was simply described as an outfit of dangerous shinobi highly trained in the art of espionage. The team was advised to be careful and ordered to capture the agents, and other than some surface-level background information, they weren't given much to work with. "How do you know the Hidden Frost hired them?" asked the woman. "The information came from a Hidden Frost Chunin who, upon interrogation, informed me that the Root team had been advising their Jonin on how to manage the city. The Root team were behind continuing the relationship between the farmers outside the city and the redirection of crops to the Land of Frost, which spread their influence outside the city. They artificially restricted basic amenities like food, water, and electricity to exert their control over the city folk. They supported the city's criminal element, who helped them after receiving more power over the city, and managed to befriend wealthy and powerful people, who controlled the jobs that the common folk needed to survive. According to Aranai, if not for Root, the Frost Jonin would have imposed a much harsher dictatorship over the city, which would have ruined any hope of true willing conversion. However, going the Root's way allowed them to profit from the city while slowly chipping away at their will to rebel. This Chunin you mention." "Aranai, if I'm not wrong," said the man, looking over the notes. "You interrogated him and a genin named Ryoya alone. They were the source of information you sent to the main force as they prepared to invade the city. How did you choose these two?" Aranai was in a unique position of being part of the city's drug trade. He had made himself into the dealer for his fellow shinobi and was even funneling them into the land of frost to earn profits. That made him more visible than other frost shinobi. He was a chunin, which increased his chances of knowing more. As for Ryoya, we didn't target him specifically, we aimed for other shinobi, he was just the one we got. Takuma and the team didn't know who would be showing up on the day they had abducted Aranai and Ryoya. Chinatsu suggested Aranai bring one of his subordinates, but there was no guarantee he would follow her suggestion since there was a real chance of Aranai bringing a jonin to impress his superiors. You worked in the Leaf Military Police Force as part of their narcotics task force before this, the woman nodded as she read what seemed to be Takuma's record. I believe that influenced your choice. Takuma nonchalantly shrugged. Our initial plan was to disrupt the enemy's relationship with the criminal element they were supporting by damaging the trust between the two parties. The decision to kidnap Aranai came later, we were fortunate. The conversation naturally led to Takuma's interrogation methods, and the more he spoke, the fewer questions they asked about the subject of his methods. Takuma himself realized how much work he had put into getting what he wanted, just listening to it made him never want to do it again. That was a job for 3, at least 2 people. It was a miracle he hadn't started hallucinating in the middle of it from sleep deprivation. Just listening to it makes me feel exhausted, said the man. I'd like to talk about these posters of yours. The female ANBU put one of Takuma's wanted posters on the table. According to your team, these posters were allegedly made by the Root team. How do you think they identified you? I believe you would know more about that than me, said Takuma. Pardon? Oh, please. I don't believe for a second that you don't know about my past, Takuma smiled flatly at the pair. I want to know more about the assassination attempt on my life back home. To be honest, I don't know much, if anything, about that harrowing part of my life. If you want to know more, I would appreciate it if you shed light on that very personal incident. To this day, Takuma was visited by the ghosts of the night he almost died in the place he considered his home. The problem was that he barely knew anything about the incident. He had suspicions and theories, but there was nothing concrete supporting them. This was his chance to get some legitimate answers. I'm not sure what you mean, Takuma, said the woman. Yes, we are aware of the attack on your life, but that case went to the police force. It never reached our department, so unfortunately, while we understand where you're coming from, we don't have anything that could help you. Takuma looked at both of them. Their masks bothered them because he couldn't tell what they were thinking. He also didn't know they would spill their bag of secrets just because he asked politely, but it also pissed him off because he was not in the mood to play games. Listen, I'm not asking for something dangerous. I just want to know who is behind me having to learn to walk again, Takuma asked again. I helped capture a Root agent. I scratched your back. It'd be nice if you scratched mine. I'm sorry, Takuma, but we truly don't have that information, the woman said, sounding genuinely sorry. He didn't trust that sentence one bit. Unlike most shinobi who were simply for hire mercenaries, the two in front didn't take contracts from those willing to pay. They were state spies who worked for the Leaf Shinobi administration and handled matters of national security. Keeping secrets was part of their job, information was power, and giving information away often meant losing power. All right, I understand. It can't be helped if you don't know, Takuma half raised his hands and leaned back into his chair. Thank you for understanding, the woman said with a smile in her voice. Let's return to the question. Why do you think the Root Squad was able to recognize you so quickly? I don't know, Takuma shook his head. I'm sure you must have given it some thought. Not really. Any guesses? Asked the man. Takuma pretended to think for a moment before shaking his head. I'm sorry, nothing comes to mind, he replied. The ANBU duo weren't stupid and quickly caught on to the fact that Takuma had shut down the conversation from his end. Their refusal to answer his questions had caused him to reciprocate in kind. It was petty, but neither side owed the other anything, which made what Takuma was doing perfectly justified. Jin and Takuma, we advise you to cooperate. Your team leader and Jonin in command won't be happy when they find that you refuse to help us by answering our questions, said the man. Oh, I think my team already helped you plenty by capturing and killing those root agents. I think my superiors will say that you need to be satisfied with what you have and not be greedy, Takuma said, unafraid of their intimidation attempts. And here's what I'm going to do. I know the names of people from the Hidden Frost connected to the root agents, which could lead to who hired them and maybe even a way to contact them. I was going to mention all of it in my official report, but you know what? He snapped his fingers. Oh, I can't seem to remember those names anymore. Ah, shucks. I guess I'll be unable to put them on my report. Aranai's position as the drug provider had given him the reputation and clout which allowed him to sit down with many people, including other Chunin and Jonin. He knew that regular reports were sent back to the Hidden Frost village, which included updates from and about the Root Squad. Takuma had managed to get the names of the people sitting in the Hidden Steam village, and boy, those were some big names. The information packet he had sent back to Camp Banana before the invasion only contained relevant information about the presence of enemy shinobi in the city. He had deemed all the other information he had extracted irrelevant in the context of the city's recapture. That decision now paid unforeseen dividends, as he was the only source of information the ANBU duo wanted. You're risking national security, Jin and Takuma. This could get you in very deep trouble. I would again advise you to cooperate with us on this matter, the woman said. It's a two-way street. Tell me what I want to know, and I'll give you what you want, Takuma said flatly. He understood the risk and decided that he wanted more information, and that this was his best and only chance. He didn't see how he would get what he wanted any other way. He even considered that the ANBU duo honestly didn't know anything, which was thoroughly unlikely, but if it were true, then his act of withholding his information would be enough motivation for them to get what he asked and trade it with him. A silence settled in the tent as neither side budged. They could hear the distant sounds of miscellaneous activity around the camp base. Takuma had presented his position and thus didn't speak, whereas the ANBU duo's stance was that they didn't know and saying anything resembling negotiation would contradict their stance. Takuma stood up after a minute of silence from both sides. Please only contact me when you have changed your mind. Don't bother otherwise, he said before leaving the tent. The moment he stepped outside, all strength left his body and he felt the beginnings of a normal headache creeping up the back of his head. Sitting in that tent with two ANBU was stressful, and the only things keeping him coasting was his stubbornness, his desire for information, and a measure of anger. He kept walking, waiting for them to call him back, but they never did. Even though he didn't expect them to call him back, as though he was a customer who was walking away after haggling, he nevertheless held hope they would. With each step, he resisted looking back until he was too far and even started to think that he should have made himself useful by cooperating and then trying to fish for information after they liked him. Fuck me, he thought, this was going to torture him for a while. Fortunately, Takuma didn't have to torture himself for long. The next day, Toradesu called him up after the meeting with ANBU. The meeting was in Toradesu's office tent, and the ANBU duo, along with Anko, were already present when Takuma arrived. You called for me, sir? Takuma asked Toradesu. The ANBU says that you're refusing to cooperate and holding back information. Is that true? Toradesu sat behind his desk, fully leaning into his chair as he fanned himself with a hand fan. He looked deadpan, but there was a glint of amusement hidden in his eyes. Takuma glanced at the masked ANBU standing in the corner. This was nothing out of expectations. He had expected them to use his superiors to pressure him into giving in to their demands, but he expected them to go through Anko first before approaching Toradesu. I'm sorry, sir, I'm confused. I went to the voluntary meeting with the ANBU and cooperated with them. I don't know why they feel I didn't cooperate with them, Takuma lied through his teeth. He could have sounded more offended and expressed more emotion, but he had a good feel for the situation. Jin and Takuma, please don't embarrass yourself. Yesterday, you stated that you have information pertaining to the connection between the Root and Hidden Steam. By holding that back, you're colluding with the enemy. I'm sure I don't need to tell you what that means, said the man. Before Takuma could reply, Anko interjected on his behalf. That's a heavy accusation. Do you have proof? She said in a full-on serious tone. He confessed to both of us yesterday, said the woman. Once again, Takuma tried to speak to deny their words but was cut off by Toradesu, and he surprised him. And we're supposed to take your word for it? Toradesu said to the two ANB Yunin. You're accusing one of the shinobi in my company of having committed a grave crime. You better have something to prove your claims, or I'll have to reconsider how you spend time here in my camp. Takuma kept his face straight, but he was internally surprised. Toradesu didn't like Anko and had kept their team idle by not allowing them to take any meaningful missions until Takuma joined them. Even then, his dislike of her had given the signal to the rest of the camp that she held no favor, and they had been excluded from joint training activities. Takuma had somehow gotten the team their assignments for the Gojiro gold mine operation, where they had proven themselves, which had led to the precursor mission. They had achieved everything without any favors. Sure, Toradesu had praised him for taking out the Frost Jonin, but he did not expect him to stand up for him in front of the ANBU. Takuma expected that he would have to bear the pressure from Toradesu if he wanted to get what he wanted. As his team leader, I trust Takuma implicitly. I'll vouch for him, said Anko. Takuma nodded to her but couldn't meet her eye. Their relationship had been rocky since the banquet hall explosion. Rika's death had made them put the disagreement aside, but they really hadn't talked about it. Her stating her trust in him in front of ANBU meant a lot to Takuma. Takuma turned to ANBU and slightly tilted his head. Why would you lie? He asked. Despite their masks, the ANBU looked visibly frustrated and irritated. You believe him instead of us? The man asked Toradesu. Between you, you masked liars, and one of my own men who completed an impossibly tough mission, of course, I would believe him. Why would you think otherwise? Toradesu's tone was a strange combination of faux flabbergasted mixed with mocking. Do you have proof that he's lying? Of course, they didn't have proof. It was literally their words against his, and in just as many situations, they would have believed them over him. This particular situation falling to Takuma's side was partially because Toradesu was a Jonin and had the position and authority to be not scared of ANBU, though many Jonin would have folded and not taken the risk, and partially, he wanted to exert his power and influence over the two masked shinobi. Well? Toradesu urged them. No, said the man. Then get out of here. There was a moment of silence before the ANBU walked out of the tent and gave Takuma the side eye as they walked past him. He stared back at them and even turned back to watch them leave the tent. When he turned back, he saw Toradesu reading a file. Toradesu looked up at him and Anko with confusion. What? I said get out. Not to us, Anko rolled her eyes as she began to leave. Takuma bowed his head and followed after her, but before he could leave, Toradesu spoke to him. Whatever you're doing, don't let it reach me because I will not help you. Takuma looked back and saw that Toradesu was still reading the file on his desk. He didn't think that he would fool him, it was always a matter of trying his luck with the Jonin's personality. His gambit had paid off, but he understood that Toradesu would not put his finger on the line, much less his neck, for him. Yes, sir. Toradesu hummed without looking up. Outside the tent, the ANBU duo were waiting for him. He turned to Anko, who nodded. After nodding back, he walked to them alone. What is your plan, Jin and Takuma? Asked the woman. It's the same as yesterday. You help me, I help you. Takuma stared into her eyes and spoke calmly. We don't appreciate forced negotiations, said the man. All negotiations are forced, he said back. And if you don't want to, you can always back away. You already have the root agent in your custody. It's reasonable to think that he'll be able to provide you with more than I can. You don't need me. And with that, he had put the ball in their hands. It was completely true that he wasn't needed. He was rendered useless if they could extract the information from the root agent. The question was if they could accomplish that. What if they weren't able to break the root agent, or if he fed them false information, or if he somehow managed to kill himself before they got the information. He was also aware of Yamanaka's existence, but they weren't all powerful. People had figured out how to keep secrets even from the feared mind readers. Ignoring all of that, the more important question was whether putting so much effort into breaking a trained root agent was worth it when they had another source of information who was willing to talk and spare them the effort. He was experienced with interrogations, so he knew that they 100% wanted to avoid any and all interrogations if they could get information in some other, easier way. Finally, it also planted a seed in the ANBU duo's minds. Even if they rejected him now, he was always there waiting for them to come knocking. He wanted his answers immediately, but he was willing to wait. It was his plan B. You underestimate us. We just might do that and make you obsolete. And I'll be betting against it, Takuma smiled. I wouldn't have been confident if we were back home, but we are not. You and I are far away from home, the only difference is that I've been away for longer, and thus am more comfortable. Understand that we are in a war zone. I might be here for another few weeks or so before I'm shipped off elsewhere, where I might die, so my humble suggestion would be to fulfill my insignificant demands so you can return home with additional peace of mind. He smiled and then simply walked away from them after having said his piece, but another thought formed in his mind that made him stop and turn to them one last time. The leader escaped. A bitter expression briefly surfaced on his face as he thought about Khan, his blood boiled at the mere memory. I see a scenario where he might get in contact with the rest of his rogue mates, and who knows, they might send someone over to clean up. The longer you have that agent out here in foreign lands, the more likely it is that he doesn't make it back. I'm not telling you how to do your job, but you might want to get him back as quickly as possible before his friends come visiting. It annoyed him greatly that he couldn't see their faces. He could very well be missing all of the shots to get the information now. But he had to be confident in himself because who else would be? I'll see you around, he said with a faint smile before turning away. His smile immediately slipped as he sighed. It was tough because he was making moves against someone he had no idea about. He was trying to deal with a group of people who were feared across the lands, and he had no real safety net in case things went wrong. However, Takuma put that in the back of his mind as he faced something more important and urgent. Can we talk? He asked. Anko stared at him for a moment before nodding. We should talk. Chapter 270, Opening Up. Takuma and Anko left the camp and headed towards the city walls. Their conversation opened with a discussion about the ANBU despite recognizing the true topic of discussion, but both internally thought it better to gradually lean into the tense subject. What are you trying to do now? She asked. I want answers about the assassination attempt on me, I want to know Root's involvement, and I want to know about Khan. ANBU is the only place I'm most likely to get those answers. And I know they have my answers, it's a matter of if I can get them to share with me, he replied. Khan, she said. There was no question or any specific tone in her voice, but the implication was clear. I think he's the link between the assassination attempt and you. Those posters were his work. I don't have proof, but it has to be him. I have to know more about the man who has now tried to kill me multiple times. The matter of revenge for Riku's death was left unsaid. He didn't look Anko in the eye, and she fortunately did not push in that direction, but there was a mutual understanding that Riku was part of the motivation for Takuma to find out more about Khan. Do you have what they want? Or is this an ill-planned scheme? I have enough. As he had said to the ANBU, they could probably find what he knew and more from the captured root agent, but they could give them what he knew much easier. They could use the information he gave to assist them in their agent's interrogation or directly take action based on it. I never told you or mentioned it in the packet we sent back because it wasn't relevant. Takuma regretted his words the moment he spoke them. It sounded like a justification for yet another thing he had done wrong. I understand. Information is power, said Anko. No, I didn't mean it that way. He sighed exasperatedly, frustrated with himself. He truly had excluded it because it wasn't relevant. He also didn't think he would be negotiating with ANBU until the moment they had asked to meet with him, but now it seemed that it was his plan all along. Whatever. I just want to get some answers, and this is my chance to get them. How are you doing? He asked her. Anko narrowed her eyes and pursed her lips. I'll be fine, it's nothing new for me. It's never going to be easy if that's what you're wondering, but you'll learn to deal with it. Just make sure that it's healthy. I have seen several people who go about it the wrong way. Like? The pain comes from losing someone you cared about. For some people, the solution they find easiest is to stop caring. They shut themselves off from other people by building a cocoon around themselves so they don't get hurt when they inevitably lose yet another someone. It works, though, it changes people, but it works. Anko looked far into the distance beyond the destroyed portion of the wall. But you don't want that. It gets lonely in that cocoon. What's life when you can't share your joy with others and celebrate their happiness with them? It's a miserable life, that's what it is. Also, you know, it's tough to bear the burdens of life alone. You will need people to help you if you want to continue being a shinobi. Are you talking from experience? Anko chuckled with a brief smile. There are more reasons to build that cocoon. Fortunately, cocoons aren't that strong, and people can break through before it becomes too thick and rigid. He guessed that it had something to do with her experience with Orochimaru. Perhaps a betrayal so profound that she lost her ability to trust? As he thought that, Takuma felt a weight in his abdomen. His situation with Anko was also trust-related, and even though it sounded like she was recovered, experiences like that left behind permanent changes in people. He worried if it was too late. My teacher said to take it one day at a time, said Takuma, recalling Mariboshi's words after his C-rank mission in the Land of Frost. Sounds difficult and miserable. I would much rather get drunk and get laid. Takuma laughed and agreed with her words. It was difficult and not at all enjoyable. A comfortable silence settled between the two as they observed the burnt and broken wall. Takuma took a silent breath as a string of fear tickled his heart. When he had first seen the city wall, it had given him the impression of an immovable, indestructible object which had remained standing to protect the city in the world of humanoid weapons of mass destruction, but now, as he saw a massive portion of it in shambles, all done by a single old man he knew, it strengthened the dangers of the world. He was no longer the weak, pathetic little runt and had grown strong enough to gain the ability to protect himself time and time again, and yet he was still not safe when looking at what shinobi were capable of. He was reminded that he had no time to stop. He had to keep moving forward, or he would be crushed without a choice. Man, he's strong, Takuma said in awe. He is, Anko nodded grudgingly. It's absolutely infuriating. I would have slapped the shit out of his bald head if he wasn't so strong. The tension in his body from being called into Toradesu's office to confront the ANBU duo left his body as he talked and laughed with Anko, but it returned again when Anko drove right into the main discussion. Nay, she crashed through into the topic. You shouldn't have blown up that banquet hall, she said. He had thought about what he had done in length, and in doing that, he had tried to justify his actions. I saw the opportunity and took it. There was a Jonin missing in the enemy forces because of me, he said. What about the civilians you killed? Those traitors deserved it. That wasn't your decision to make, and I'm not talking about them, I'm talking about the workers and staff that you sacrificed, Anko said in a harder voice. Did they deserve it? Takuma looked down at the floor, scared of finding the look on her face. Anko had a deep frown with tight expressions that softened when he refused to meet her eye. You don't think you did anything wrong, do you? She said with a sigh. I didn't think about them when I was planning it, Takuma said after staying silent for a moment. I was too focused on that Jonin and what it would mean for the battle. I was angry because Motohiro and others had been captured because of Giant. I had 2 hidden frost shinobi in my captive, so I knew what was most probably happening to Motohiro, and they had nothing they could give to stop the torture. I blamed myself for it. Hashiguro was the only one who knew his location, and he had gone down because of his health. No one could have led the hidden frost to him, which meant that everyone the enemy captured for information was bound to suffer without any chance of relief. He continued, I only realized what I was about to do when I was washing dishes in the back and saw them working in a hurry so that the people in the hall could enjoy their time. But it was too late to stop by then. I was too close. The Jonin was a room away. I had to go through it. He had made the easy choice to ignore them. Takuma exhaled deeply as he thought back to the moment, and his memory of it was pretending to wash dishes. His clone was the one to execute the blast, so he didn't know what he would have felt in the moment, which only made it worse because the imagination of his mind made everything much worse. A dance troupe was performing in the hall when the explosive tags went off, killing all of them. He had seen them briefly when they had arrived at the hall before the party, and his mind spurned horrifying images based on that brief moment he had seen them. I can't think about them anymore, Takuma said, his voice hoarse. The more I think about them, the worse I feel. I become sick, my mind grows restless, my conscience grows heavy, grimy. I can't do it, I don't want to. I'll destroy myself. A chaotic panic made his breathing labored. He stopped and grabbed one of his knees with his good arm as he calmed himself with quick, short breaths. The thoughts of his actions wanted to make him run away, but there was no escaping from what was inside of him. Anko waited in silence as he calmed himself down. I'm glad you feel this way, she said. Takuma looked up at her in shock and disbelief. What the fuck, Anko? You are a killer, a murderer, she continued, unfazed. So am I, a lot of shinobi are. It comes with the job. The important thing is to not become a mindless killer. Lives have value, the lives you took had value, and it'll do you good if you don't ignore them. I blame you for killing those people. I don't like it one bit, but I thought about it, and I honestly don't know what I would have done if you had asked for permission. If you ask me now, I would have refused, but at that moment with the opportunity to kill a Jonin. I don't know, it would have been a tough decision. It's not my place, Booty think it'll help if you hear it from someone else. If it's any easier, I'm telling you to put it behind you, she said, and it sounded like an order from a superior officer. You made a decision that wasn't. I've made plenty of mistakes in my career and I've been punished for them, but I've also been forgiven by others and by myself. She patted him on the back and asked him to stand up straight. It's easy to say, but move forward. If it truly bothers you, in the soul, then the best move is to forgive yourself. Let it be a lesson to guide your future actions. Takuma stood up straight with his eyes closed. Her words soothed him, but he knew it was only temporary. He had to confront himself and come to terms with it if he ever wanted to move forward. What about when the time comes when I'm ordered to take an innocent life? Asked Takuma. He was a shinobi, a mercenary for hire. There would inevitably come a day when he would have to fulfill the assassination contract posted by someone willing to pay, and the target was someone who didn't deserve to die. What was he supposed to do then? The world's unfair, said Anko with a sad look on her face. I don't know the correct answer to this question, or even what you might want to hear at this moment. You're a shinobi, for all being a shinobi gives you, it takes just as much or even more away. You don't want to do something you don't like? You either stop being a shinobi, or you reach a place where you have the power to refuse. Even then, the chances are you'll do all kinds of things you don't like by the time you reach either of those places. A Leaf Genin signed a 10-year contract the moment they accepted their headband. A 15-year extension was part of the Chunin promotion. Becoming a Jonin meant another 25 years in service for the village. This meant, at minimum, a Genin could leave the service after 10 years, a Chunin after 25 years, and a Jonin after 50 years of minimum service. Takuma had been a Genin for 3 years, leaving 7 more years on his contract. However, he didn't want to stop being a shinobi. There's a third option, death, said Anko with a small smile. No one can force you to do anything after you're dead. Takuma stared at her and then burst into laughter that hurt his wounds, but he couldn't stop laughing. What? Asked Anko, confused. No, it's nothing, Takuma waved as he tried to stop laughing but failed. It's just a stupid joke, you had to be there for it to make sense. It was funny because it came from Anko. She didn't know that her former teacher would master the technique to make the dead do his bidding. In the future, literally everyone important who had died would be forced to do all sorts of things against their will. After the laughter subsided, he looked at her seriously and said, "Hey, if I die, cremate me good, okay? Leave nothing behind." "Okay, if that's what you wish," she replied, utterly confused by the sudden change in demeanor. Takuma nodded and sighed as he watched the city wall. He wasn't anyone important, so the chances of him being brought back from death were negligible, but there being an option bothered him deeply. "Where did that come from?" "Any reason you stress it so much?" she asked. "Let's just say it's spiritual. I might not rest peacefully without it." Chapter 271, The Higher-Ups. Another day passed and Takuma once again found himself sitting before the masked ANBU duo in the same tent where he had met them first. "How's the interrogation going? Got anything good out of him yet?" he asked, knowing it was unlikely. He would have been beyond impressed if they managed to get the root agent to open up within a day. Unlike the people Takuma had interrogated, the root agent was most definitely trained in resisting torture and interrogation. "We are ready to meet your demands," said the man. "Don't put it like that, that makes it seem like I'm sort of a terrorist." "This is a simple, honest trade," said Takuma. "What do you want to know?" asked the woman. "Who was behind my assassination?" Takuma replied without hesitation, all pretense draining from his face. "You were targeted by Root itself," said the woman. "The bodies of your assassins went missing, but from your official statement and the fact that you made it out alive, we believe that they were trainees and you were assigned to them as a mission. You wouldn't have had a chance if they were genuine Root agents." "Who ordered it? Give me the name of the drug lord?" Takuma asked. He didn't care about the assassins themselves, they were dead. He wanted to know the name of the drug lord who was so threatened by his work at the narcotics task force that he put a hit out on him. Once he had a name, he would either kill the bastard in his free time or straight up put a bounty on his head and let someone else do the work. "There is no drug lord." "What?" Takuma frowned. "What do you mean there's no drug lord? Who ordered the assassination then?" "Root ordered the assassination. The organization itself wanted you dead," said the woman. "I'm sorry, I don't understand." Takuma leaned forward, his brows tightening. "Please explain it to me like I'm 5. "You're correct in assuming the assassination attempt was related to your work in the narcotics task force. We looked into it, and the farm raid you conducted was the reason behind the assassination. That farm was connected to Root as one of their external revenue sources to fund their illegal operations. It seemed they didn't like a mere genin encroaching into their business and decided to send a message. They failed, of course, or maybe they didn't since you no longer work there." Takuma fell into silence as his mind worked on the information he had received. It wasn't a drug lord, but Root itself targeting him. He hadn't thought of that because he didn't think Root would be in the drug trade and because he was too unimportant to be targeted. Apparently not. "You asked me about the posters with my face on them, right? It has to be Khan's doing. Was he involved in the assassination?" "Root agent, codename, Khan. Real name, unknown, or if he has one. Many Root agents are registered because they're technically Leaf Shinobi, but Khan wasn't one of them. He was never part of the Leaf Shinobi system. However, he's one of the better-known agents due to his involvement in management rather than being a field agent. Last we know, he was in charge of several of Root's financial investments." The woman glanced at her partner, who put a scroll on the table. "What's that?" asked Takuma. "That's everything ANBU has on Khan. This is our offer for the trade," said the man. "I'm sure you'd be interested in finding out more about the man who killed your teammate." Takuma stared at the scroll resting on the table and considered what else he could get out of ANBU. What could they give him that would benefit him the most? He could ask them for an obscene amount of mission points which he could use to improve himself and grow stronger. If he had been stronger, Riku would still be alive, so mission points made the most sense. He stared at the scroll, and it stared back. The scene of the hallway in the manor house played in his mind. He felt Riku's feeble weight against him and saw Khan's elated grin as he stared at him. He closed his eyes as the sludge of emotions pushed through his veins. "Take it or leave it," said the woman. "I'll take it," said Takuma, the feeling of anger blowing fires in his chest. He wanted to know everything there was about Khan to one day build an opportunity where he would have the bastard's neck in his grip so he could snap it with a twist. "This is all the information I have. It has names, connections, confirmed facts, theories, snippets, everything the Frost Shinobi said is in here." "We will still want to ask questions," said the man as Takuma set down his own scroll before picking up the one on Khan. "Sure, I don't mind." Takuma opened the scroll to start reading it. Across from him, the woman also picked up Takuma's scroll and found it to be completely empty. "This is empty," she said. "Yeah, sorry about that. I don't trust you guys," Takuma said. He gave them another scroll and continued to read its contents to see if it was authentic, which it seemed to be. "Now, ask your questions and let's get this over with." The day after Takuma had the meeting, the ANBU duo left with their root agent prisoner. He was surprised because he thought they would ask for at least 2 more follow-up meetings, but it seemed that they took his warning of putting the agent in danger seriously. He was tired and didn't want to play stressful mind games with the ANBU Nin, so that was fine by him. Takuma didn't even have the motivation to continue reading the scroll about Khan after the first reading. In fact, he didn't want to do anything but lay in his bed. Just when he thought he would have a complete day off, the entire team was summoned to Toradesu's office. There was tension among the team. They thought they were being assigned another team member to fill in the slot left behind by Ariku. Takuma wasn't sure if they were ready to let someone inside so soon after Riku's death and whether that person would fit. "You have until the end of the month to file your mission report," said Toradesu. "Yes, sir," said Anko, waiting for him to continue. That couldn't be everything he wanted to say because that could have been conveyed through a memo delivered by a genin. Takuma took a silent, deep breath to calm down his irritation. If he had been pulled out of bed because of this, then he wanted to bash Toradesu's bald skull in. "Anything else, sir?" asked Anko. "No, nothing else," said Toradesu as he looked up at the team. "Just that when you're done with that report, all of you will be relieved of your duties. Congratulations, you're being sent home." The team spent the next few days drafting their joint and individual mission reports, motivated by the announcement of their return orders. The speed at which they worked was impressive because none of them hadn't thought they would be going home and fully believed that they would be either staying in U to defend the city as it was now Camp Banana's new base location or eventually going to help out with the other border cities. So, when they got the news that they were going back home, they started to work furiously on the report, which wouldn't have seen any work for at least another half-month if they weren't going home. They completed and turned in their reports in 3 days, an amazing time for a mission as complex as the U Precursor mission. "I'm not going to beat around the bush. The hidden team is complaining about what you did," said Toradesu. Takuma, standing across from his table, stayed silent. He had been called for a private meeting in Toradesu's office a day after they handed in their reports. He was surprised that it had taken so many days for the topic to come up. He had expected it to happen as soon as the steam shinobi had started talking with the civilians. "They want me to punish you strictly." "I'll take whatever punishment you deem suitable," said Takuma. There was no use arguing for himself. What he had done was deeply wrong. "I'm not going to punish you, even though I should," said Toradesu. "You can't just blow up so many people from another nation on their home soil and expect not to be treated as a terrorist. I mean, they would have understood if the people you blew up were enemies of the state, but you blew up poor workers." Takuma simply stood there, ready to take whatever was coming his way. "I'll take whatever punishment." "Did you not hear me?" Toradesu sighed. "You killed a jonin, that was a big contribution. You made the recapture much easier and prevented many casualties during the battle. However, that doesn't mean what you did was right. I'll say it straight so there's no confusion. What you did would levy heavy punishments if Shirakumo was your commanding jonin. He would make sure that you wouldn't be able to leave the Genin Corp for several years, no department would take you in, and because it goes on your record, the Chunin would hesitate to take you up for out-of-village missions." Takuma looked at Toradesu, wanting him to move on to the punishment. The man had said that he wasn't going to punish him, but with Toradesu it could be something else which was just as bad as official punishment. But I'm your commanding jonin, so I'm letting it slide. As you're leaving soon, I'm going to make it seem that you and the entire team are being sent away due to your actions. That will make the hidden team happy, said Toradesu, and then his expression grew solemn as he continued. But Jin and Takuma. Takuma stiffened when he heard his rank along with his name. See that this doesn't happen again. You are lucky that the hidden team recognized your contribution and only demanded that I discipline you. It could have easily gone up the chain of command and every single one of them would have played hot potato with the issue until they would, without doubt, decide that the only solution is to punish the person responsible as harshly as possible. At worst, you could have been sent to the hidden team so they could deal with you according to their laws, and your team would pay dearly for your actions, especially Mitarashi. Her career would have screeched to a halt because of her past, and the rest would have had rocky futures. I'll say this in case you have some idiotic view of things: you can't treat civilians as though their lives don't matter. I've seen plenty of shinobi who believe that, and let me tell you, those guys feel untouchable until they do something they shouldn't have even dreamed about, and it never ends well. Do you understand? Takuma nodded. Yes, sir. That was all he could say. Point 1. Chapter 272, Bonding. The time for Team 9 to depart had arrived. They had seen their goodbyes to everyone the day before and left without fanfare early in the morning the moment the sun rose up on the crisp horizon. A long journey awaited them, so they decided to get out of the land of hot water and enter the land of fire as soon as possible. As they left the city behind, Iori stopped and looked back at the city that was already far in the distance, barely visible on the horizon. The rest stopped and gazed at the city they had spent over 2.5 months in. It wasn't a long time, but so much had happened that, in their minds, it felt like ages. I didn't like you when we lived there, said Iori. I hate it now because I lost a friend there and never want to come back, even if it's the last remaining city in the world. Said Daiki. The rest also spoke their agreements and then continued on. Takuma was the last to turn away from the city, taking it in a moment longer, not because he would miss it, quite the opposite. Like Iori, he never wanted to return to you and couldn't be happier about leaving. He just feared that it wouldn't leave him even though he was leaving the city. Takuma, come on! Anko yelled for him. He took a deep breath before turning away, but he could still feel it, like a weight in the back of his mind. For the next 2 days, fueled by their anticipation, the team ran from sunrise to sunset as they made their way through the land of hot water, only stopping at towns to rest. They arrived at the border and passed through without real problems, marking the end of the team's journey together. Standing in an intersection of a major road, the team took in the sights of the land of fire for the first time in months. Not everyone's final destination was the Hidden Leaf Village, so it was time to go their separate ways. I technically don't have a home address because I stopped renting before I left, Takuma sighed as he handed paper slips to everyone. What I do have is a P.O. box that you can send letters to, and if you give me your addresses, I'll send you my new contact details when I get one. He passed them a notepad and pen, and at the end, everyone had a copy of everyone's addresses and landline numbers. Keep in touch. It doesn't matter if you don't have anything to write, just send anything, Iori said as she looked at Takuma and Kamiko. Why are you looking at us? Said Kamiko. Because you two seem most likely not to write, Daiki replied. I'll write, Takuma promised, and he really meant it. Friends were hard to come by, both because of his occupation and himself. As nourishing as they were, friends were an endless black hole when he was already strapped for time in this life. Despite that, Takuma wanted to make time for his friends. And now, he could count the number of friends he had on 2 hands, even if it was just barely. Unlike him, I do have a home, so if you come to the village, you can stay with me, Kamiko said to Iori and Daiki. Anko knelt on the ground as she rummaged through her backpack to take out a stack of letters. Everyone recognized the letters and stiffened. They were the wills the team had made in case they died during the precursor mission. Everyone except Daiki had left behind several letters addressed to their friends and families. We are shinobi, and having a will and letters to loved ones on standby is practical. I suggest you rewrite those standby ones when you return home to prepare for an emergency. Anko held up the letters. These, though, we are going to burn. I was a brand new Chunin when I did a dangerous mission. At the end of the mission, the Jonin in charge made us burn our letters because we managed to stay alive. It was supposed to be a gesture that, instead of worrying about death, we should aim to live to the fullest. She distributed their letters to everyone, which left her with her stack. Where's Riku's? Asked Takuma. Another terrible memory he had thought about a lot resurfaced. He remembered the frost mission he had done with Irika. He had to conduct his dead teammates' funerals on the field and collect their belongings so they could be returned to their families. With the quartermaster, Anko said quietly, "They're going to make sure her belongings reach her family." Anko weaved hand seals and created a fire on the side of the road that the team surrounded. Takuma stared at the fire and thought about Anko's words about living to the fullest instead of worrying about death. His entire time in this world had been a constant struggle for survival and growing stronger so he wouldn't die, but in the last year or so, he had stopped living his life with that mindset. He had been too busy to think about the dangerous future he knew was coming. He had changed from the scared man he was when he started, but was he living his life to the fullest? No, he didn't think so. He wouldn't be a shinobi if living his life to the fullest was his goal. It was a better goal for sure, but the truth was that he wanted to live long. He wanted to feel safe and secure, and he knew in his heart that he wouldn't feel that way if he was a shinobi working towards growing strong. Putting himself in danger to make himself safe was a contradiction he had accepted. As long as he knew the future, he knew he wouldn't slow down to truly enjoy life. His biggest asset was also a curse. He wondered what it would be like when he arrived at the point in the future when he no longer knew what lay ahead. It felt freeing, but it also brought a sense of anxiety, and yet he looked forward to it. Takuma looked at the letters in his hand, snapped the jute cord holding them together, and then split the stack in half. "Here," he said as he held the half stack to Daiki. Daiki gazed at the letters silently for a moment before accepting them with a nod. "Here," said Iori, who gave a few of her letters to Daiki. "Here," Anko did the same. Kamiko silently handed him a few of her letters as well. Daiki looked at everyone as his face twisted with emotion before hiding his face behind the fanned letters. "I miss her," he said as his voice cracked and his shoulders trembled. "I know," Takuma said as he looked into the fire, "me too." "To living," Anko said as she chucked her letters into the fire. "To living," the team replied. Everyone threw their letters and watched in silence as the flames ate paper and ink, leaving behind the ash of what could have been their last words. Takuma thought about the symbolism. If he had died, the letters would have lived, but the letters were now dead because he had lived. And if he wanted to continue to live, someone else would have to die. "She died so you could live," said the hate-filled voice in his head. Takuma turned away from the fire and took a deep breath. He shook his head to clear away the thoughts. He wasn't in the right state of mind to think about those things because he knew they would inevitably end in the same destination. "All right, let's split up," Anko said after the burning was complete. "I'm going this way. Who else is coming with me?" "But the village is that way," Kamiko pointed in another direction. "I'm going to visit my parents for a week before going back to the village," Anko said with a faint smile. She had talked about them before and how they used to live in the Hidden Leaf Village but moved out to somewhere slower a few years back to escape the fast-paced life of the Hidden Leaf. "I'm going that way," said Iori. Daiki raised his hand. "Me too." It was time to say goodbyes and Iori came over to hug Takuma. "Try to slow down a little, take care of your health, and just don't rush, make some time yourself." "Yeah," she said. "I'm going to miss you dearly, so don't forget to write." Takuma hugged her back and nodded with a smile. "I don't want to buy my own tags anymore. You should move to the Hidden Leaf Village and do it for me. When you become a Jonin, you can hire me. I'll come then." "Already planning to ride my coattails, huh?" She grinned. "Hell, yeah. I want that easy life." "Sure, I'll call you to the village when I become a jonin. Takuma shook his with a wry smile, so you better get really good. Deal. They separated with smiles on their faces, and Takuma walked to Daiki, who put his giant arm around his shoulder as they slowly walked while talking. Any plans? Asked Takuma. Hunting, Daiki replied. I miss it. Yeah? I like that, Takuma smiled. He missed camping as well and thought about going on a weekend excursion and perhaps going hunting as well. There's large wetlands a day and a half from my town. Lots of crocodiles, real big ones. I'm thinking of going there to see if I can hunt the biggest one. Damn, I was thinking deer or something, but you're going straight for crocodiles, huh? Deer were fun when I was in the academy, but not anymore. Trying not to get chewed through by half a dozen meaty crocodiles is at least fun. Just be careful in case you run into chakra beasts like Anko's snakes. Daiki hummed in acceptance. What about you? What does a city boy like you do for fun? Takuma rolled his eyes. To be honest, I don't know. I haven't thought about it. Hang out with friends, have some good food, perhaps a movie or two at the theater. I'll think about it when I get home, he sighed. Takuma looked up at Daiki and patted his back. Thank you for teaching me chakra masking. Next time we meet, I'll show you my progress. Let's go mess with some sensory nin then. Daiki laughed. Now that sounds fun. Finally, it was Anko's turn, and it was short because she was going to return to the Hidden Leaf Village soon. Let's have a meal, you, me, and Kimiko, she said while giving him a side hug. Take care of yourself and if you need anything, don't hesitate to call, okay? Takuma nodded. Great, Anko smiled. The team split up in two and went their own directions. Takuma sighed because while he was happy to return home, he was leaving the people he had been with for so long, and who knew when he would next meet Iori and Daiki? He looked at Kimiko, and while he was by no means an expert in what she was thinking, even he could tell that she was feeling the same way. Takuma and Kimiko's journey through the Land of Fire took 3 days. Both of them agreed that they were in no mood for sightseeing, so they took the most direct route and only stopped in towns for rest. The scenery, landscape, and weather were different from Land of Hot Waters, and Takuma felt a homesickness he didn't know he was feeling lift. I'm proud to be a tree hugger, Takuma said as he saw the dense amount of trees lining the roads. He looked at Kimiko, expecting her to make a comment, but she acted like she hadn't even heard it. You're no fun, he whispered. And you aren't funny, Kimiko retorted with a snort. Takuma was about to say something about the irony when he saw something that took his breath away. We're here, he gulped. It wasn't the walls of the original Hidden Leaf Village, nor was it the Hokage Mountain. What Takuma saw was a simple farm. Once upon a time, the Hidden Leaf Village was located within the walls of the city, but it had long since extended beyond those boundaries in the form of farmland. Takuma had spent the first year of his shinobi career outside the city working D-rank missions in those farms. Let's hurry up, he said and rushed faster with Kimiko following up with a similar haste. Within 15 minutes, they saw Hokage Mountain with the faces of the 4 Hokage rising above the horizon. As they drew closer to the village, they started seeing genin dressed in hidden leaf colors popping up every now and then. The passers-by turned to look at them because they were running fast enough to overtake everyone. It truly seemed that they were racing against each other, and people who caught their expressions before they zapped past them thought they were having the time of their lives. The village's walls became visible, and before they knew it, Takuma and Kimiko stood before the giant green gates of the village with the crimson sigil displayed proudly for all to see. A slice of the Hidden Leaf Village peeked between the open gates, like an oasis calling to a parched man trudging through the desert. It was beautiful. We're home, Kimiko sighed, her face flushed from the dash to the gates. Takuma opened his mouth to reply, but his voice cracked. He cleared his throat, gulped, and licked his chapped lip as he tried to think about what to say before uttering a single word choked full of emotion. Yeah. Chapter 273, Conflict in Every Era. It didn't take much time for Takuma and Kimiko to pass through the security check, which was expedited because they were shinobi. It helped that the guards in the guard station didn't ask Takuma any questions after Kimiko, who went first, told them that they were returning from the Steamfrost War. The two of them stood with the gates behind them, looking at the village as though they were tourists. If it wasn't the height of the day with the sun glaring down, they would have had actual tourists standing with them. Outside Team 9, they had known each other the longest, but that relationship had essentially been non-existent until the Genin Corp basic training when it had turned sour. Neither of them thought they would like the other, but after being on the same team and surviving a dangerous mission, it was tough to dislike the person you trusted to have your back. A hug would still be awkward, thought Takuma. Their relationship didn't really have skinship. He straightened his back and held out his hand. That felt right, he thought when Kimiko promptly gripped his hand and shook it a couple of times before letting go. "I'll see you around, I guess," he said. "Probably when Anko invites us," she replied. Takuma chuckled and nodded in agreement. He also couldn't imagine the two of them having a meal alone on their own accord, but then he thought about that and said, "Don't think you can't reach out to me if you need something. If I can help, I will, so don't think I won't." Kimiko looked surprised but then nodded with a small smile. "The same goes for you. You know where I live." "It was a decent time serving with you, Takuma," she said and turned to walk away with a single wave of her hand before disappearing. Takuma glanced at the gates once more before walking into the city. He chose to walk through the streets and take the city in slowly. It felt so different from you. It was much more crowded, warmer, and more animated. The atmosphere was one of constant activity. He looked around and knew that the people were bothered and numb to the hubbub of the city. He, too, was once like them, but after returning to it after such a long time, he enjoyed it. Each step felt like he was rediscovering the Hidden Leaf Village. He recognized places from his memories, and they hadn't changed at all because it hadn't been that long, but there were tiny little things that were different, which made everything feel so much more vibrant. The village was a moving, thriving place, which was a stark contrast to the unstimulating you he had just liberated. Even when he left the busy main streets and entered the quieter residential area, he found himself staring at little things like pamphlets stuck on poles, people's clothes drying on hanging wires, the difference in architecture between the two cities, the amount of green that was present in the city due to the abundance of trees. He got lost in admiring his surroundings and didn't realize where his feet had taken him until he started noticing the potholes in the road, which now felt narrower. The older buildings with degraded paint and the mess of electrical wires stuck out to him, half of which didn't seem like they were put in by the city, and their bits of garbage on the pavement. Takuma stopped when he realized where he was and where he was going. He looked at the corner in front of him and knew that he would need 2 turns to get to the house he had lived in for more than 3 years, longer if he included the time the boy had lived there after moving out from the orphanage. He chuckled at the thought that he had walked all the way to his old home purely by habit, but then he turned away sharply as a thought ran through him: he didn't have a home. Of course he didn't have a home. He had stopped renting on his own accord. Just a few days earlier, he had given his teammates a P.O. box address because he didn't have a home address, he didn't have a number for calling. But the thought clicked in at that moment, and it felt like the sky was falling. He didn't have a place to live in the city he could call home. His heart began to thump harder and sweat began to press against his skin. All those little changes he had seen on his way snowballed, and suddenly, he felt like he didn't recognize the city even though a moment ago, it had felt so familiar. He panted and looked around, and without warning, the shitty neighborhood he had got so used to living in felt identical to some backstreet he had seen in you. He looked at buildings, and the architecture was identical, even though, in fact, none of it was true. It was simply Takuma's tired mind that hadn't been allowed to rest in the past 3 months since they had started planning for the precursor mission collapsing under itself. The moment Takuma allowed himself to relax and let himself feel safe, his mind dumped everything he had accumulated from his time in the land of hot waters. The realization that he didn't have a home was the first piece of a domino chain, and once Takuma knocked the first piece, there was nothing he could do to stop it. "I have to get away," Takuma thought as he slipped into a semi-fugue state. All he wanted to do was run away from everything to somewhere safe where he could sit down and control himself, and to his horror, the first place that came to his mind was the factory base in U, the cold, shitty, dust and rust-filled, pest-infested, abandoned piece of crap that refused to get clean no matter how much he tried. But at that moment, it seemed to be the safest place because no one knew that he lived there. So much so that he didn't even consider that just barely an hour ago, Kimiko had said to him, "You know where I live." His tired and stressed mind couldn't connect anything useful. He began to heave and hyperventilate as he hugged the wall with his back to ensure no one could ambush him, but then he saw a man step out into the tiny balcony in a corner building, and the moment their eyes met, Takuma ran away. Mariboshi Kosuke returned to his humble abode near the edge of the inner city in the evening. The house was older than him, built by his parents, and he had lived there his entire life barring a few years in his teens when he had the desire to live alone. The sliding door rattled, the floorboards creaked, and the wind chimes sang as the breeze played them. He never fixed the doors and floorboards because they told him if someone other than him was in the house, and the wind chimes were pleasant to his ear. He didn't like being in his home during the day because he felt he was withering away if he stayed inside. Thus, he preferred spending time outside doing anything productive. Fortunately, D-rank missions gave him enough meaningful things to do, helping anywhere that needed him and contributing in his own way. Today, however, he had been invited by one of the jonin he had known since she was a genin fresh out of the academy. She had asked him to address a new batch of chunin and give them advice for what lay ahead of them. He had received such requests a few times in the past couple of decades, and he wasn't initially comfortable with the request in case he adversely influenced the future of the village. But he had learned to be thankful for the respect and opportunity and gave his sincere efforts to the youngsters in hopes that it might make their futures even a little bit easier. He smiled when he remembered the faces of a couple of chunin who seemed thoroughly unimpressed in anything he had to say because he was a genin. And, of course, the first question he received was he wasn't a chunin or jonin, which he had to answer in the only way he could. He didn't want to be one, which was apparently something they couldn't comprehend. Mariboshi took a bath and was about to start preparing his dinner when he heard a knock on his door which puzzled him. He looked at the wall clock in his kitchen, which showed it was already 6 in the evening, which was already too late for someone to visit him. As he headed to the front door, he pondered who it might be. He didn't get many guests because he was rarely at his home, so perhaps it was one of the neighbors. He was close to everyone on the streets because he had seen most of them grow up, and maybe one of them wanted his help. The bell rang again just as he switched into his outdoor slippers, and he responded habitually. "Coming!" The front door squeaked as he pushed it open, only for it to stop halfway through because it hit whoever was standing in its path. Mariboshi expected the person to move or at least say something, but there was no response at all. Perplexed by the situation, Mariboshi peered around the door to see a man with his head bowed against his door. "Excuse. Takuma." Mariboshi couldn't recognize him instantly because of the longer, shoulder-length hair covering his face because of his bowed head. Takuma slowly raised his head, showing his face to Mariboshi, who instantly noticed the new scar on the edge of his lips. But he was utterly shocked when he saw his condition. He was dressed in a simple shirt and pants with a large backpack on his shoulders. He was dirty, covered in it from top to bottom, with leaves and even branches sticking to him. The bandages around his arms and hands were all soiled. His face was more gaunt than ever before. It was clear he had lost weight, which concerned Mariboshi because Takuma had always been underweight. "My child, what happened to you?" Mariboshi immediately grabbed his shoulders and looked him over to see if there were any pressing injuries besides the bandaged ones. Machim, Takuma tried to speak, but his voice cracked. "So sorry, but can I stay with you for the night? I don't have a place to live anymore." "Just one night would." Murosahai quickly and gently shushed him and hugged him to his chest. "Yes, you can stay here." He spoke clearly and explicitly confirmed the request with a pat to Takuma's head. "You can stay here with me for as long as you want. It's okay, you're home now, everything's going to be alright." He took off Takuma's backpack and guided inside, making sure to hide his worried gaze lest he startle the boy he'd come to see as one of his loved ones. What had happened out there? Chapter 274, Talk with Master. The first day was quiet. Takuma arrived at Mariboshi's house around 6 and was tucked into a futon by 7 after a shower and the reapplication of his bandages. The next day, Mariboshi opted to take a break from his usual day-to-day to look after Takuma and waited for him to wake up, but noon passed, and he stayed asleep. Mariboshi didn't disturb his sleep, and when Takuma finally woke up, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He had slept for a total of 21 hours without waking up. Mariboshi served him food and sat at the table with him while he ate, not that he ate much, if anything. Takuma mostly picked at his food, pulling the meat off the fish bones but rarely ever bringing it to his mouth. His head slumped to the side, and he had a hollow, glossed-over look in his eyes that worried Mariboshi, but he didn't say anything. Not yet. After 15 minutes of silence, Takuma finally spoke. "Sensei. I am sorry for showing up here like that," he sniffled. "I don't know what came over me, I just—" "It's okay," Mariboshi said with a comforting smile. "I'm glad that you came to me." Takuma nodded with his eyes closed. His face twitched with emotion as they threatened to overflow, and he quickly hid them by raising his head to the ceiling and leaning back into his chair. He calmed down soon, bowed his head, and returned to poking at the food. "I promise I was fine when I entered the city. I was happy, but I don't know what happened." Takuma closed his eyes. Everything looked so different. Out there, It's okay, Mariboshi repeated, "we don't need to talk about it right now." He sensed that Takuma was struggling to articulate himself. "I'll be here when you're ready, so take your time. As I said, you can stay here as long as you want." Takuma nodded and breathed out, relieving the tension in his stiff shoulder. He looked down at the food in front of him and set down his bowl of rice and chopsticks. "I don't have an appetite," he said. Mariboshi wanted him to eat but nodded understandingly. Takuma stood up, bowed to him, and then retired back to his room. He didn't emerge for the rest of the day. The second day was silent. Takuma seemed worse than the day before. He never left his room despite Mariboshi's pleas to eat something, even when Mariboshi left food at his door. The only thing he touched was the bottle of water. When Mariboshi went to replace the empty bottles, he heard the faint sounds of sobbing beyond the door. It wrenched his heart, but he knew it wasn't time for him to interrupt. Takuma needed to be ready to talk before he could be there to listen and support him. What he needed right now was normality, and Mariboshi was ready to provide it the moment he put himself together just enough to receive help. The third day finally saw some progress. Mariboshi rose up early at sunrise and wasn't expecting Takuma to wake up until later, but he was surprised to see him step out of his room just as he was about to sit down for breakfast. He was in the kitchen setting his food on a tray to take it into the living room when he heard footsteps and looked up to see Takuma appear at the doorway. "Good morning," said Mariboshi with a smile. "Morning," Takuma replied, looking bleary. His hair was a mess and there were tear streaks on his face that he didn't seem to notice. "I'm setting up breakfast, so go wash up," said Mariboshi, gently nudging him to do something instead of asking him if he wanted to eat because he felt Takuma might refuse. "You'll find a fresh set of toiletries in a basket inside the washroom. Come back quickly, the food will get cold." Takuma nodded with a hum and went to the washroom at the speed of a sloth. Mariboshi waited until he heard the washroom door close and then moved quickly to set up another serving for Takuma. He set everything up on the floor table in the living room and then sat down to wait for Takuma when he noticed the two meals looked similar. He realized his mistake and went back to the kitchen with Takuma's meal, doubling the quantity, not only because he hadn't eaten in nearly 2 days but also because Takuma was a youngster with a naturally heavier appetite than an old man like himself. Takuma returned with a wet towel around his shoulders. His face was now clean, but the look of sad apathy remained as he sat down. "Dig in," said Mariboshi. He stopped himself from looking at Takuma so as not to make him feel self-conscious. Takuma lethargically picked up his bowl of rice and chopsticks and ate slowly, taking small bites at first. As he ate, the bites became bigger, and his hands moved faster. For the first time since he had arrived, Takuma looked alive as he scarfed down his food. By the time Mariboshi had made a quarter of his way through his smaller meal, Takuma had wiped all of his clean. "Do you want more?" asked Mariboshi with a smile. Takuma sniffled and shook his head repeatedly as emotions threatened to overflow once again. "I couldn't cook or go out to eat food because it might have attracted suspicion. I ate the same MREs for 2 months, they weren't good." Mariboshi knew that Takuma was going on a long mission because his last letter had said that he wouldn't be able to write for a while. He didn't know the details, but from context, it seemed that Takuma was behind enemy lines and had to survive off ready-to-eat meals made for shinobi. "We ate at inns and restaurants on our way back, but homemade food is different," Takuma said, sniffling, as he raised his bowl of miso soup to his face. "Thank you." This was a good sign, Mariboshi thought as he nodded. Takuma had opened up on his own without any nudging from him. He considered it good progress for now and decided not to pry. But the meal was over, and he thought that Takuma might shut himself back into his room, so he nudged him to stay in the living room. "The weather is great today. I'll open these doors up, and you can enjoy the breeze." Mariboshi went to push the sliding doors that opened up to the green garden that had an old persimmon tree, a tomato patch, and a flower bed. On the weekends, he would often sit on the engawa to meditate and gaze at his garden to relax, and he thought it would do Takuma some good. To his delight, Takuma didn't go back to his room and settled at the edge of the living room. Even though he blankly stared into nothingness, it was better than being in the dark behind closed doors. Mariboshi barely sat inside Takuma's peripheral vision so that he was aware of his presence in case he wanted to talk. That day, Takuma sat unmoving in the same spot and returned to his room after dinner without saying another word throughout the entire day. On the 4th day, Takuma started the day by taking a bath. He still looked grim, and there was a deep misery in his eyes, but the quickness had returned to his body. The day before, he dragged his feet like a terminally ill person, but now he moved like a shinobi, balanced and light-footed. In the afternoon, the student and teacher duos sat opposite each other in the living room with cups of tea before them. It was different from yesterday. Takuma hadn't looked at Mariboshi other than to briefly speak throughout the day, but today, they sat facing each other, and he felt that Takuma was ready to talk. "I'm sorry you had to deal with my behavior for the past few days," Takuma said as he held his teacup. "I don't know what came over me. I was overwhelmed by everything." He sighed deeply. "I have been so up my ass that I've disturbed you and caused a ruckus. I'll start looking for a place to live from tomorrow and will be out of your hair as soon as possible. Take another week before you start looking. I like the company, and it gives us time to catch up," Mariboshi said and sipped his tea to let a silence separate the topics. "What happened out there, my child?" Takuma scrunched his face and scratched his head. Mariboshi understood that the prospect of sharing brought pain because it involved reliving the darkest moments of one's life, even if it left one better off for it. Sharing things helped, but said things often had thorns that would unearth old wounds in the process. "Did I tell you about the girl?" asked Takuma. "The little girl from the refugee camp?" Mariboshi recalled one of Takuma's later letters. During the early days, he had sent a letter mentioning an incident on his way to the camp without going into any details, but then, in one of the later letters, he discussed that incident about a refugee camp. Takuma nodded. "When I tortured the Frost Shinobi, I was furious beyond any time in my life. I had this cold rage thrashing through my veins, and I channeled it into the torture and interrogation. I hated those men from the bottom of my heart." Mariboshi nodded. The sentiment had come through clearly from the letter. "My mission was to infiltrate an enemy-occupied city and collect information to send back to the main forces. The team also had an additional responsibility to weaken the enemy from the inside to make the ensuing recapture easy." Mariboshi nodded each time Takuma flicked his gaze up to see if he was still listening. "These wealthy turncoat scums decided to throw a party, and a few shinobi were invited. There was a jonin and a few chunin, I think. I infiltrated that party as a dishwasher because it seemed like the perfect time to take those shinobi out and really," he stressed, "weaken the enemy." Takuma opened his mouth to speak, but a raw pain writhed across his expression. He closed his eyes and swayed back and forth for a few seconds. During the party, I created a water clone with explosive tags inside it, and Mariboshi wondered whether Takuma's intrusion was wise when he mentioned the Jonin and his plan to weaken the enemy, but the moment he mentioned a water clone and explosive tags, a chilly thought flashed through his mind as he precisely understood what Takuma had done. I sent that water clone in and had him blow himself up. Takuma cleared his throat. It killed everyone. The Jonin died, the Chunin died, the Jinin died, the turncoats died. But the staff died as well. He paused, and all the nervous, twitchy energy went away, leaving him looking as weak as he was the day before. I became the same as the people I hated. I knew what I was doing, and I still did it. I sacrificed those people to weaken the enemy and murdered the people I was supposed to be saving. His heart broke as he looked at Takuma. The child in front of him had done something terrible, and it had left him in a state worse than Mariboshi had seen in a long, long time. Oh, dear child, you're not the same as them. Look at you now, you're feeling such pain for what you did. This pain proves that you're different. Don't compare yourself to them. Anko said something similar about the pain, said Takuma, but I still feel the same as them. Then you're doing yourself a disservice. It's a normal response to feel as you are, but do not let it bog you down. As shinobi, there are things we must do that our conscience vehemently disagrees with, but those things must be done. Learn from it and then rise better than you were yesterday. That's the only way for you to prevent such a thing from happening again, said Marubsahai, speaking as firmly as he could for his student's benefit. He also saw that Takuma was sinking, so he immediately tried to change the subject. Where did you get that scar, Takuma? Mariboshi pointed to the side of his own lip. Oh, this? Takuma touched his scar. A root agent gave it to me. His mouth almost fell open. What? A root agent, and he was the same one who ordered my assassination. Chapter 275, Betrayal. Mariboshi was stunned silent by the time Takuma was done retelling of events of his mission. He looked at his student, who was staring at the persimmon tree in the garden. Takuma had been targeted by Root, and by some bizarre coincidence, he found the agent behind his assassination in the same city he was stationed to reclaim after the assassination attempt. It made one wonder whether it was really a coincidence. Takuma, do you think Root had a hand in your conscription? Takuma looked back from the tree, and he saw thoughts sprinting behind the perpetually tired eyes. I've got no idea, he said. It doesn't seem likely because there was no way to guarantee I'd be in that city as part of the mission unless Jonin Toradesu, who assigned the mission, was somehow connected with Root. But then, why didn't he get rid of me during the Gojiro gold mine operation by making it look like a combat death? Mariboshi breathed in deeply, using the break in conversation to think things through. Takuma had come to terms with being targeted by Root, but Mariboshi had known about it for less than half an hour and was more stressed than his student. He had been a leaf shinobi for decades, but because of his position as a genin, he wasn't privy to secrets like Root, but knew of them because larger secrets tend to drip out in the form of rumors. He knew they were dangerous, and from the recent revelations, he also knew that Root was headed by Shimura Danzo. Mariboshi knew personally just how dangerous it was, which was why he had to ask. Did the letter to Uchiha Makoto have to do something with Root? He asked. When Takuma turned to look at him, Mariboshi clenched his feet to restrain any reaction at the glint of cold calculations in his student's eyes. He got the feeling that Takuma was trying to discern if he had read the contents of the letter. But the look disappeared almost instantly, hidden behind the following disappointment and shame. I don't want to lie to you, Takuma said as he looked away. Mariboshi sighed but nodded slowly. He preferred Takuma to be honest with him, even if he couldn't share the things he knew. That is fine, I understand. But if you ever need help, you must know that you can always come to me. I know, Takuma nodded, slowly meeting his eyes with a fond smile. Mariboshi returned the gesture, but his mind raced. Takuma had just all but confirmed to him that he was somehow part of the entire Uchiha Danzo route incident that had shaken the village. It was perhaps the most high-profile incident since Orochimaru's defection, and even that occurred soon after the Nine-Tails rampage. A deep sense of helplessness overcame him then. His student had grown into a splendid shinobi but suffered through the loss of loved ones, and now bared a secret he couldn't share, all of which he was unable to help with as much as he wished. If it were up to him, Takuma would have stayed free of that weight for longer, but now, he was now on a road of his own, and an old fossil like him could only provide support when asked to. "What was she like, your teammate?" Mariboshi asked, wanting Takuma to release more of his sorrow. "You would have liked her," Takuma said with a hint of the softest smile, the first since he had come to the house. She was straight as an arrow, and her words were blunt as hammers. It got her into trouble, but it was also her charm. To be able to live with such straightforward convictions was admirable. You could trust her because you knew that she would tell you the bitter truth. I envied her for that. I want to be like her, but I know I can't. Mariboshi didn't interrupt and let Takuma continue talking so he would fall deeper into his memories with Riku, which would undoubtedly be attached to positive emotions that would act as a balm for his aching heart. Riku was our team's backbone. She would ask questions others were embarrassed about asking because they thought it would make them look stupid. She was the only one who could have done that, and you need someone like that on your team, you know? For us, she was that person. The smile that had developed as he spoke about his teammates suddenly flipped, replaced by a tight frown. A muted rage tugged on his posture, his expression, and pulsed in his dark eyes. Mariboshi was taken aback by the sudden change and warily noticed the hand holding Takuma's empty cup tightening to the point where it would shatter. The emotion wasn't out of place, but Takuma hadn't shown anger before when he had initially talked about Riku. There was sorrow and anguish, but not anger. This was new. "You are angry," he stated. Takuma exhaled through deep breaths. "That piece of junk killed her while she was trying to protect me. I owe her my life, and if I find that bastard, I'm going to make him suffer. I want him to regret being born. I hope he lives a good, satisfied, and healthy life because it'll mean so much more to me when it ends, and I want to be the one to end it." Revenge. Mariboshi immediately wanted to dissuade Takuma from pursuing revenge. It was an ugly emotion that destroyed the lives of those in the pursuit of it. His student had potential and a bright career ahead of him. He didn't want it snuffed out by something like revenge. "A man that seeks revenge keeps his wounds fresh," Mariboshi said solemnly, choosing his words carefully. The anger in Takuma's eyes flared. "So you're saying that I should just let it go?" "Yes, I am saying that you should let it go because it would be better for you, but if you cannot, then you should not let it become your sole goal. You will become a shell of yourself if you let it consume you. I know it might feel that revenge focuses you, but it will take away everything else that is not essential to the revenge itself, and you'll be left with nothing," said Mariboshi with a sad expression. A close friend of his had fallen into the pit of revenge, unable to climb out for ages, and when he did, he found there was nothing left in his life as he sacrificed everything to attain his goal. Do not make the mistakes so many others have made. Give priority to the things in life that are truly important to you. Takuma nodded, but Mariboshi could see that he wasn't convinced, but that was fine for now. So long as his words stayed in Takuma's mind, there was a chance that they would someday take hold and steer him on the right path. Oishitaro was one of the many genin analysts working in the analysis team of the Hidden Leaf's intelligence department. He was at the bottom of the rung at his place of work, but he enjoyed his job, which involved sifting through the information that passed through his desk to find valuable intel of any sort. He preferred to spend his days behind a desk in a drab office building than doing physical duties outdoors like many of his peers. His mother still forced him to train his combat skills, which was something he didn't want to do, but he felt like he had no choice because life couldn't be perfect. Just like any other day, the clock struck 1:30 to signal the start of lunchtime. Taro closed the several open information folders and the scrolls on his cluttered desk. Like everyone on the floor, he promptly left the building for the break without looking back. Taro had been extremely busy since he had started the job. He was a green rookie, and it took him twice, even thrice, as long to do the same work as his experienced coworkers. He had spent months staying late after office hours, spent his weekends working, and hadn't had a proper office break just so he could complete his jobs on time and learn how to make his life easier. And now, he'd finally reached a level where he could afford to take breathers. His breaks were left untouched and overtime was a thing of the past. Today, he was meeting with some of Academy classmates to catch up, something he was able to do now that he longer needed to work through breaks, and that day, he was meeting with some of his Academy classmates to catch up. The location was a quaint diner near his office, and to Taro's delight, there wasn't a rush, which meant he could take his time to eat without feeling the pressure to vacate right after eating. "Taro, over here!" He looked across the floor to see Aimi, an Academy classmate, enthusiastically waving her hand. He felt exhausted just by looking at the energetic girl. He dragged his feet toward the four-top table where 3 people were already seated and waiting for him. "I would pay real money to see you exhausted to the point of crying just once," Taro said as he sat down, and the thought brought a floaty smile to his face. "I don't like that look on your face," Aimi pouted. Taro looked past her and greeted his other 2 ex-classmates, Inuzuka Hana and Takeshi Ono. He was never close to Hana as they were never in the same groups, but he met her through Aimi. Ono was a close friend. They were practically joined by the hip when they were in the academy, but their paths had diverged since Ono passed the Jonin test, whereas he had failed it. They no longer had as much time to hang out with each other. However, their friendship remained strong regardless. "You've been working hard," Ono commented with a smile. "I am." "What gave it away?" asked Taro as he stretched his arms above his head. "The ink stains on your palm. I never thought I would see a day where you'd be willing to pick a pen long enough for it to leave stains." Taro glanced at his writing hand, and his palm was indeed stained with black ink. Note-taking was an essential part of his job, and he went through pens faster than his chain-smoking boss went through packs of cigarettes. He had even started to smell like paper because of his job. "It's a pain in the butt," Taro scoffed. "I think you like it," Hana said with a knowing smile. "Not really," Taro shook his head after thinking about it. The job was tough, and he had to put in so much effort just to become decent at it. He wasn't looking forward to the amount of effort that it would take to become truly good at it. "Oh, come on. You're Taro, bare minimum is your life motto, and you just admitted to having worked hard. Either they forced you, or you're willingly doing it. Since you haven't moaned about it, I think you like it. You're working hard because you finally found something that suits you," said Hana. She was sitting on the outer side of the sofa bench, and one of her trio of gray ninkin that lay on the floor beside their table near her leg barked happily. "See, even the triplets agree. Congratulations, you're now one step closer to being a normal person." "I am normal," Taro said as he stared at the ninkin. "Those 3 sure have grown some." In the academy, she used to carry one of them on her head, the second one in a pouch in her clothes, and the last one in her arms. Now they were big enough that neither of those methods were viable. He had seen several Inuzuka clan's ninkin. They could grow bigger until Hana could ride any of them. "Look at you avoiding the topic. It's so cute." Aimi had a lopsided grin as she rested her face in her arms and looked at him, amused. "I'm hungry, so let's order something," Taro said, disregarding their chuckles as he picked up the menu. They ordered and got back to catching up with each other with their busy lives. Aimi had been on several back-to-back outstation missions that took her all over the Land of Fire. She described it as half work, half travel, and seemed to enjoy the time spent away from the village. "I met the Fire Daimyo," she bragged. "No way, seriously? How was that?" asked Taro as he munched on the fried enoki mushrooms that they had ordered for the table. "It was like meeting with the Lord Hokage. I mean, I knew that I could wipe the floor with him, but he had this presence to him, like I got it, the man before me was the ruler of an entire nation. I have to say, though, he had these armored samurai with him, and those guys were serious, they felt sharp if you know what I mean." "No, I don't know what you mean. They would cut you in an instant if you made a wrong move. You'd be dead," Taro, Aimi said sympathetically. I mean, I wouldn't make a wrong move. Unlike Aimi's busy team, Ono's team had entered a period of downtime and were taking a break from missions to dedicate an extended period of time to training up their individual skills. Izumi is already training her second B-rank jutsu. It's completely wild, said Ono. He was on the same team as Uchiha Izumi, who had been earning a reputation as one of the most promising young talents in the village, standing apart from even her elder Uchiha peers. And that's not even the crazy part. It's the nature of the B-rank, it's not her primary affinity. She's setting herself to meet the two-nature Jonin requirement. Taro whistled. It was clear that the Uchiha clan was investing in Izumi. He wasn't anywhere near a B-rank jutsu and wasn't sure if he would have enough contributions to get himself one, or if he would even need one. And what about you, Miss Chunin? Taro asked as he turned to Hana. You better pay for this meal. In fact, I want a party. Their academy badge had participated in their first Chunin exams and returned with phenomenal news. Their badge had produced 12 teams, out of which only 4 were accepted by Jonin. Out of those 12, 3 of them had managed to get promoted after the Chunin exams. Inuzuka Hana was one of them. He sighed. After all these months, he really missed his friend. It had been 3 months since he had received his last letter that said that he wouldn't be writing for a while because of a mission. He felt nervous every time Takuma showed up in his thoughts or in conversation and wished he would return home safely as soon as possible. Why were you at a police force forum? Asked Hana, confused. Ono slumped in his chair and sighed. Our sensei isn't sure whether he wants to continue leading the team past next year, so I've started looking for options about what I should do after the team is declared inactive. The Jonin teams that were formed right after academy graduations had a life of 4 years where the Jonin was in charge of the development of the Genin, but after that, it was up to the Jonin if they wanted to continue the team and could disband it if they weren't interested. Their batch had already been Genin for 3 years with only 1 year left before the Jonin could disband the teams. I don't want to get stuck in the Genin Corp, and Izumi suggested that I look into the police force, so I went to the open forum. I don't know if I'll enter, but it's on the list, Ono shrugged. Well, I'm set, so I don't have to worry. Taro raised his hands. He was in the analysis team and produced enough work that there was no way he was going to get fired, which couldn't happen because his mother would rip his head from his body if he lost the job. Sucks for you, though, he smirked. We haven't sparred in forever. Let's go a few rounds, Ono said and tried to lock Taro in a head hold. Get off me, Taro pushed Ono away before his hands could get close to him. So, how's he? I heard he had a difficult time out there, asked Aimi. Taro picked up another slice of fried mushroom and was enjoying the crispiness when he realized that Aimi was talking to him. Me? What did you say? I missed it, he asked. I'm talking about Takuma. Have you met him yet? How is he? Asked Aimi. Takuma's not back. What are you talking about? Asked Taro, perplexed. Kamiko's back home and she said that he came back with her. Taro was utterly baffled by Aimi's words and couldn't believe her because he would have heard from Takuma if he had come back, but then he calmed down. When did they return? He asked, thinking Takuma must have returned only a day or 2 ago and was resting. A full week, 7 days. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 15. Peace.